I am ready.
This is Kaylee Burton, Administrative Assistant. We have a quorum and we'll be exiting practice mode and going live. Anything you say will be recorded this point forward.
I'm calling the meeting. Oh, go ahead.
Recording in progress.
I'm going to call the meeting to order. Do you want to call the roll?
Vice Chair Motter.
Present.
Commissioner Metz.
Present.
Commissioner Croft.
Present.
Chair Scharf.
Present.
Commissioner Phillips.
Present.
Commissioner Gupta.
Present.
5 present, 1 online.
Okay, sounds great. Do we have any agenda changes or deletions?
We do not.
All right. Do you want to go to the public and see is there any public comment?
This is Kaylee Burton, Administrative Assistant. If anyone from the public would like to speak on an item not on the agenda, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone now. No hands raised.
All right. I think we need to approve the minutes next. Any discussion on the minutes? Any concerns? If not, we're looking for a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes.
So moved. So moved.
Do you want to call the roll?
Vice Chair Motter.
Approved.
Commissioner Metz.
Approved.
Commissioner Croft.
Approved.
Chair Scharf.
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
All right, that brings us our Utilities Director report.
All right, good evening, Commissioners. Kylie Nozay, Assistant City Manager. We'll move through tonight's report. I'll try and do it in an abbreviated fashion, but it is a little bit long, so apologies in advance. So on January 25th, Saturday, the City Council held its annual retreat to select their priorities for 2025. The community input and key accomplishments for 2024 were also reviewed. So ultimately, Council established 4 priorities: implementing housing strategies for social and economic balance, climate action and adaptation and natural environment protection, economic development and retail vibrancy, and public safety, wellness, and belonging. So in addition to that, Council also approved forming 4 additional, did I get that right? Yeah, 4 additional committees for the 2025 calendar year. So the committees are the Climate Action and Sustainability Committee, the Retail Committee, the Rail Committee, and Coverly. So those are 4 committees that will be operating over the next year in addition to their normal Policy and Services, Finance Committee, Council Appointed Officers Committees. So in terms of what's next, a follow-up discussion is scheduled for February 24th. A couple of reasons why this is important. On the 24th, Council will discuss the actual objectives, the projects, the work plans associated with each of these priorities, as well as the scope of the ad hocs. And what will happen following that 24th is committees and commissions will work on their annual work plans for 2025. And so that's where UAC comes into play, and that will work on your 2025 work plan with the commission, and then that will ultimately go to Council for approval. So we're looking at probably March or April of this year, looking at that with this commission so that we can go to Council. All right, the commission asked last meeting for an update on what's going on at the council. So just one highlight from the last month is Council authorized staff to execute a $16.5 million grant. This is associated with replacing old gas pipelines in the Natural Gas Distribution Infrastructure Safety and Modernization Grant Program. Is a mouthful. Some of you may be wondering, given everything going on at the federal level, are these funds still there? So far, every indication is that they are in alignment with the current administration's priorities and therefore will likely be okay. But obviously, things are changing on a daily basis, so staff are tracking that as things mature. All right, in January, staff with Vice Mayor Vinker and Commissioner Chair Scharf attended the NCPA Strategic Issues Conference that was held in Sacramento. And following the retirement of Dean Batchelor, we did amend our NCPA commissioners to include Chair Scharf and myself as alternates for Councilmember Vinker. Quick update, the Utilities Director and the Assistant Director for Electrical Engineering are both posted. So if you have anybody that you know are interested, they are live, they are on our webpage, they are on our LinkedIn, they are on NCPA's webpage, they're all over. So if you have anybody,
Did you
please,
say the assistant director?
yes, of electricity, electric.
Of electric, okay.
Yep. So both positions are posted. So to the extent anybody has anyone that you would like to forward that to, please spread it far and wide. They both close somewhere in the month of April.
Would it be appropriate to ask?
Or,
questions?
sorry, February. Jeez. Sure, go ahead,
Would it be appropriate to ask questions during your report, or would you prefer them at the end?
Chair.
I'm fine with you asking them if frankly, if Kylie's okay
fine.
with it.
Oh, sure. Thank you. I did have a question about the job application. Very exciting to see it posted online. Thank you for doing that. I was wondering, was the document that we reviewed as a UAC, was that more of like an internal requirements document? Or is that supposed to be public facing?
The document that you reviewed included a number of pieces, but I think you're talking about the job description specifically.
That's correct.
Yes, that is, I mean, it's a public document, but it is not exactly the most, it's not going to market well, let's put it that way, since it's a little dry. So it does help identify what the kind of minimum requirements are and what the role is, but always we work with our external recruiter to make sure we are truly representing all the activities going on so that we can try and attract the most qualified candidates.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, just a couple things on weather impacts, as I'm sure you all are tracking. We are moving in and out of storms, but that's after a really dry month of January. So far, the San Francisco Regional Water System storage is in decent shape, and we are not expecting a water supply shortage this year. So that's good news. Another thing, we have heard from a few residents about feedback on some high utility bills. And so we're looking into that. So I'd like to just call attention that we are aware of that. We're looking into it. If residents or customers need assistance with bill pay or have questions, please call our customer service and we'll be happy to look into any questions they have and or financial assistance that we can provide. Lastly, in your packet today is an information item about the customer satisfaction survey results. So just to call your attention to that, our most recent customer satisfaction survey of business and key account customer groups. So a few takeaways that were CPAU demonstrated strong performance in the water utility services with some satisfaction in the electric service decreasing, specifically around rates and trust and affordability efforts. There is significant interest in energy and water efficiency programs, though challenges exist around kind of customer awareness and financial barriers. So some action items we have include enhancing education on rate programs, expanding awareness and participation, evaluating financial options for customers, improving communication about infrastructure projects, and fostering greater trust with our customers by really highlighting some of those interactions like testimonials or kind of customer experience to really help bring a personality to it. And with that, I think that concludes my long comments. Apologies.
Thank you very much. That moves us to new business. Reliability and resilience strategic plan. The update on the studies is the first part of that. Are we going to have 3 separate presentations? Is that how it's going to work?
Thank you, Chair. We have a very brief introduction presentation to kind of set the stage for the commission on what the next 3 subtopics are. And then we'll take each of the subtopics.
So after we do the brief introduction,
Mhm.
maybe we could go to the public and have the public speak if they have any comments.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Assistant Director Daly.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tonight, we are going to be speaking with you about the Reliability and Resiliency Strategic Plan and requesting feedback on some specific parts of that. This is a collaboration between utilities, engineering, and resource management, but it's part of a larger interdepartmental team that is led by Jonathan Abenshine, Assistant Director of Climate Action. The utilities leads on this project, on this part of the project, have been Shiva Swaminathan from Resource Management and Mohammed Fatah from Engineering. And the goal of this strategic plan is to improve reliability and resiliency for the community via a couple of different paths, one being traditional measures such as upgrading distribution equipment, but also more cutting edge strategies such as distributed energy resources. Tonight, we're going to be addressing the latter, the more cutting edge strategies. There have been several discussions on this topic over the past year. Council approved the strategic plan in April of 2024. That led to hiring a number of consultants. And in the fall of 2024, we came to you to share the scope of those consulting contracts and get some feedback on the scopes. At that time, the UAC asked that staff come back in a few months and update you on what has been happening. And so that's why we're here tonight, to give you an update. And as I said, to request some feedback on some specific areas that we think you can opine upon. And with that, I will turn it over to Jonathan Abendschein.
Thank you, Carla. Jonathan Abendschein, Assistant Director, Climate Action. And can I get the next slide, please? So tonight we're going to be talking about 3 different interrelated studies. Just to, Carla set the stage, and just to dig into that just a little bit more. This topic has been one of major interest to council members, UAC members, the council's climate ad hoc, and various community stakeholders, as well as staff. And it's really this potential for flexible technologies and efficient electrification to provide benefits to the community. That's really the focus, one of the major focuses of this reliability and resiliency strategic plan we've been working on. We have some pretty widespread agreement that customer adoption of these technologies can help the grid, especially if done right. And we've already been working on efforts to reduce barriers to voluntary customer adoption. And we've been communicating to customers some of the advantages of these technologies and strategies. But the questions we're still trying to answer are whether we're going to go beyond barrier reduction and outreach and actually provide incentives or technical assistance or other more staff intensive, more costly programs to promote these technologies and strategies. And then second, what types of programs will be most effective at getting people to adopt and what sort of resources would be required to run them. And so that's what these 3 studies are focused on. Instinctively, and there's sort of 2 phases to it. So there's a cost benefit analysis but then the program development consideration. And I would say that instinctively, we really believe that there's some level of quantifiable and qualitative benefit to the utilities, electric supply costs, its distribution costs, and to community resiliency, but we still don't know whether and by how much those benefits exceed the costs. We've done some cost benefit analyses on electric supply in the past, but we haven't done a full cost benefit on all 3 components in a long time. And so the Bureau Happold and the E3 study, items 2A and 2C, they're meant to complete this comprehensive cost benefit analysis. And we're really pleased to be working with Bureau Happold as our lead consultant. And you'll hear from them a little bit later tonight. They're handling the supply and resiliency pieces, and then the cost of implementation piece. And then they'll integrate information from E3, who's doing the distribution analysis, to complete that comprehensive analysis. They're also developing a list of.
I think, is it okay to ask? I just want to ask for one bit of context, but if you'd like, I'll wait.
Maybe I can complete this first introduction, and then we can stop for questions. I have a pause built in. All right, so they're going to integrate information from E3, who's doing that distribution analysis, and then their Bureau Happold is going to be developing this list of programs for UAC and council consideration, and they'll help frame up the costs, the benefits, the administrative and the staffing needs for those programs. Bureau Happold's and E3's focus is primarily at the individual utility customer level. But we also know that there are strategies that can be done at utility scale, like neighborhood microgrids. And that's the focus of the third study, the airport microgrid study. And we were really fortunate that Burns McDonnell, who's the consultant doing a study of adding solar and storage at the airport, also has a strong microgrid practice, which allowed us to study neighborhood level microgrids as part of that study as well. Next slide, please. All right, this is the timeline for the 3 studies. The Bureau-Happold study is underway, and it'll actually largely be completed by the end of spring, but their timeline extends through fall so that they can integrate the results from the other 2 studies, which will be done late spring and through the summer, and integrate the results from those studies into a final report for consideration in the fall. But we will check back with you folks sooner than that when we have some additional results beyond what we have tonight. Next slide, please. All right, so our goal for today is to give you an update on all 3 studies, but we want to get feedback on items 2A and 2B. And most of the focus today will be on the Bureau-Happold study. We'll be sharing some insights about energy market structures. We'll be sharing some preliminary results of their surveys on the types of programs that others are running. And we'll be asking for feedback on the types of programs you all think are highest priority preliminarily right now at this early stage before we finish the analysis. And then most importantly, we want to brief you on the methodology we're using to value resiliency and make sure that it's adequately going to support your evaluation of potential programs. And then separately, we're going to be looking for your feedback on the scenarios we plan to model in the airport microgrid study. Next slide, please. So in September, we shared, when we talked about the scopes, we shared a tentative list of technologies and strategies with you that we were going to include in the study. And since then, we've developed some more clarity on that list of technologies. And we've been able to break out with a little more clarity how we believe they contribute benefit to the community in the supply cost, distribution cost, or resiliency area. This slide's pretty dense, but I am really hoping we can reconfirm with you folks that these technologies are the ones you want to be analyzing and that we are somewhat aligned on how we see them contributing benefit to the community. I think it's good to keep circling back on this to make sure that we don't get out of alignment as we go through the analysis. So I'll come back to this slide in a moment after just talking about next steps. Just one note on this slide. Back in September, we were asked about whether we could include energy efficiency in the reliability and resiliency strategic plan, and we considered that. But we're already partnering with other publicly owned utilities through the California Municipal Utilities Association to do a study of the potential for energy efficiency measures in Palo Alto and in other POU communities. And that's happening right now in parallel with the reliability and resiliency strategic plan. So adding it in for Bureau-Happold to analyze felt duplicative. So let me come back to this slide in a moment and we can cover all the other questions, but let's talk about next steps real quick. So quickly, so these are the next steps for studies going forward. After getting your feedback today, we're hoping to complete the supply and resiliency components of the cost benefit analysis and start developing that list of potential program approaches. We're hoping to get your first round of feedback on that sometime in April or May. There's still a little tentative there. And in parallel, we'll complete the microgrid study and the distribution benefit analysis. And so then after Bureau-Happold integrates those results into a final report, we'll return to you and council in the fall for final consideration of potential programs. So why don't we go back a slide and then we can cover, get your thoughts on this slide and any other questions you have about the introduction. I don't know if you want to go to public comment or not before that, but that's what I have for an introduction.
Yeah, let's do the public comment next.
This is Kaylee Burton, Administrative Assistant. If any member of the public would like to speak on item number 2, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone now. No hands raised.
All right, back to you.
And
you have a
I think back to you folks.
Yeah.
Thank you. I am a bit, I need a little bit of grounding to understand. Obviously, R&R has been discussed for a while. It's been on the agenda, I think September, December before that. It's hard to talk about one specific microgrid, for example, airport, without much understanding of how the utility thinks about all microgrids and where one would put microgrids across our market area. But another question I have, and this is zooming out quite a bit, but what is the difference between R&R if we're going to focus, as I understand we are in this conversation, on distribution, not transmission? Great, we've talked about transmission in other meetings. But if we're talking about R&R in distribution, what's the difference between that and grid mod? Are they the same? Are they two different ways of looking at the same issue? Is there overlap?
So we'll be talking, so Bureau Happel will talk a little bit about a framework. So I think reliability and resiliency are interrelated and people use the words interchangeably. Bureau Happel is going to suggest a framework that we can use for thinking about the distinctions between those words.
That's a consultant, Bureau Happel.
Bureau Happel, our consultants who will be doing the next part of the presentation. Their focus is primarily on the supply and the resiliency piece and really individual customer resiliency. When we're thinking about the grid as a whole, and that also factors in questions about reliability and frequency of outages. The grid modernization program relates to that in the sense that it's designed both to add capacity for electrification, but also to add features that will reduce outages and speed recovery.
Yeah.
And so it is included as part of the reliability and resiliency strategic plan as something that will improve reliability and resiliency over time.
Well, I'll be trying to figure out during the conversation whether grid mod is a part of R&R or vice versa. When I look at the technologies on this slide, solar and storage, vehicle to grid or load, those are arguably, those are the ideal ways to modernize the grid. So that's why, microgrids are an ideal way to modernize the grid. That's why I'm kind of trying to figure out what this R&R thing is compared to what last month's grid mod is.
Yeah, your question's a little clearer now.
I'd like to respond. Alan Curatori, Utilities Chief Operating Officer. So you can think of distribution as the final part of the system from Palo Alto that gets to the customers and really will interact with some of the items shown here on this benefits table, whether that's the home vehicle to grid, managed storage with solar, time of use rates, electrification. So that's on the distribution side. The grid mod is more than just distribution, changing out the overhead poles, the underground transformers. It also goes into our sub-transmission back to our substations, and then back to our 60 kV loops, then back to our receiving station. So we are improving all the components all the way up to PG&E system. So from the customer back up to our connections to PG&E. And as we've mentioned in the past, we're also looking to get a second transmission line. That's been a goal for the city for a very long time. We're actually actively engaging with PG&E and the CAISO on that. And we'll be bringing that back to the UAC as we have more information.
Yeah, and adding to that, I think specifically how those improvements to the distribution and the sub-transmission system and then the additional transmission line, how those relate to these technologies on this slide. There's a piece of the grid modernization effort that is focused on looking at the impacts of high penetration of these types of technologies, solar and storage, vehicle to home, vehicle to grid, and whether this upgraded system can accommodate those sorts of technologies on the grid, because it's different. You're talking about a system that can handle power flowing in both directions, as opposed to power just flowing in a single direction.
Sure.
So there have been some studies done as part of grid modernization about what you would need to do to the system to be able to accommodate these technologies. So then that enables higher penetrations of this technology, which then helps the grid. So it's sort of a synergistic thing that the grid modernization helps enable these technologies, which help reduce loads, which help us use the grid more efficiently. Does that make sense as a way of thinking about it?
A little bit. I am still stuck in the starting blocks, so forgive me, but if I missed this meeting, and just let me know, but did we start the whole R&R discussion with an overview and an assessment of like, how is our resiliency? What are our weak points?
Yes.
What are our lack of reliability points? I looked for that in past materials, September, December, and I didn't easily find it, at least. But is that all well understood? And it's just because I'm in my first year that I'm not up to speed here? Because I mean, this obviously puts forth a vision of different technologies and great solutions. And I don't have the context to know to fix what's the weakness.
So part of the strategic plan is about figuring this all out too. So with respect to, so as far as that basic assessment of where are our trouble points that we need to work on, that was what the grid modernization study was all about. And as far as reliability and trends on reliability, we talked about that at a council study session in February of last year before the, and that actually would be a good one to watch because there is some information on reliability there. And then part of the reliability and resiliency strategic plan. So what you're hearing about tonight is really, it's two strategies within the plan. But within one of the strategies, one of the goals there is to nail down some reliability goals for the grid modernization effort. So there are these different components. It's about reliability, resiliency, grid modernization, and capacity. And so, I think we are further along on some than others, but it's
okay. I don't want to derail things too much. I'll go look for February 24.
Okay.
I'll hope to find a map of Palo Alto with red stars where there's trouble, or a diagram or a document that says this is how we assess our reliability and our resiliency today, and these are the weak points. My hypothesis starting out is our grid is quite resilient right now. We don't have a lot of outages. The duration of outages is not bad. The customers are generally satisfied. I'm referring to those SAIDI or whatever the acronym is. And so I know we had a bad year when there was a lot of bad weather, and what was that, 23 or 24? But I guess I'm curious to watch how you and UAC feels the current state of resilience is today. And now I'll be quiet for a little while.
Yeah, and we feel free to email and we can share out the information that, might help you get a little more of that picture.
I have a question, which is actually like in the simplicity of the economics versus the R&R. But one question I had is, why was climate change impact relative to the SCAP not considered here? Are these all identical and neutral in terms of their carbon impact? Is that the assumption, or is the assumption that we're going to look at that separately?
So the nice thing is that the carbon impact is integrated into the supply cost planning, because one of the things that's fortunate about the way that markets are structured in California is that when the costs are high, the carbon emissions are high. And so that what that means is that your supply cost analysis ends up including the carbon benefits on the grid in terms of avoided gas generation. So
So the cost is high because it's gas
Running a gas
generation, it's the
generator,
marginal
exactly.
supplier.
Yep.
And you're saying that you believe that marginal cost equals the marginal cost of gas generation is a proxy for, or equals the cost we'd want to assign to the carbon emission?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're getting into an interesting question there about whether one should allocate a higher carbon cost to, to avoided gas generation in the electric system. And I think we can take that as a comment, take that under consideration as we're looking at the supply cost analysis. It's the market cost of carbon that's included right now. But I think you're raising an interesting point, and we can make sure to address that when we bring it back.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. And the second is maybe a more of a nit that it's kind of related to the first one, that maybe will be addressed by the consultants in their presentation. But I was a little surprised to see that demand response and efficient electrification, time of use rates, demand response did not impact resiliency. Because it seems like you could use those, at least in theory, perhaps not in practice, given the restrictions on them, in order to make the system more resilient. And certainly in the literature, they talk about.
Can you give an example about how that would work?
You know that you tend to have outages at certain times of the day because of needle peaking, and you maybe this is an outdated example, and so you charge higher prices during that time of day to dampen local demand and cause possibly industrial, which is again commercial, 85% of our load, to shift away from those times to reduce the impact of potential.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess when we're thinking about this column resiliency, we're thinking about survival of outages, and demand response, I think, indirectly can contribute to reductions in outages. So in that sense, it does improve the reliability and resiliency of the system. But when we're talking about resiliency here, we're talking about what happens when the outage has already occurred. So I think that may be the distinction that explains why we're not including demand response. Qualitatively, yes, it does improve resilience, reliability, but not the way we're thinking about it here in this column.
Okay, thanks.
I have a few questions. Kind of going off of Commissioner Tucker's comments about how this relates to grid mod. I am wondering if there will be any alignment on the choice of technologies here and how that might inform how we approach grid mod. And I'll give one example from the public comment we received. One public commenter brought up something called meter socket adapters as a means of reducing the need to make to increase the capacity to a home, because you've basically bifurcated the circuit from your electric car and the rest of your house. Will the assessment of these technologies impact, or do we suspect that the assessment of these technologies will impact how we approach grid mod?
So the specific example you're talking about, whether or not you class it as part of grid mod, is something that we're going to talk about a little bit later in Bureau Happold's presentation. More broadly, yes, the E3 analysis is meant to assess whether there are ways in which flexible technologies or efficient electrification could allow for changes in the way that grid modernization is implemented. And that's something we'll talk about when we get to item 2C in a little bit more depth.
Oh, thank you. And then I was wondering if you could shed some more light on some of the terms here under technologies to be studied. For example, what is EV managed charging?
Yeah, so there is some distinction between EV managed charging, vehicle to home, and vehicle to grid. EV managed charging, with that, we're thinking about we're thinking about both technology that's used to limit the maximum draw from the distribution system at any one time. That's mainly what we're talking about there. The kind of managed charging where people stop charging in response to grid events, we're thinking more in terms of demand response. We're thinking of it more in the category of demand response. And then vehicle to home is being able to back up a home using a vehicle, and vehicle to grid is being able to respond to grid signals, have your electric vehicle discharge or charge based on grid signals.
Oh, thank you. That was very helpful. Looking at this list, I know you were asking if we had any feedback on what other technologies should go here. I think that question, at least for me, will take some additional time as I look into this more.
Okay.
Actually, after our leadership Palo Alto session, the Stanford Government Affairs folks were so kind to offer connecting me with Stanford faculty who actually research in this field. So that might be an interesting hookup, and I'd love to have staff be part of that as well.
Yeah, we would love any information that comes out of those conversations. That'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think you could.
Okay. So in that case, then, I think what I'm overall hearing from the commission is that at least preliminarily, this seems to be a good list. There may be some additional feedback from Commissioner Gupta, and definitely a desire to understand more about how this integrates, especially with grid modernization. But I'm not hearing that we're off track on our list of technologies or the benefits that they're contributing.
Commissioner Croft has a quick.
Sorry, I
question.
have one more
Please.
comment before we move off this. I was wondering, but now that you mentioned the EV managed charging, it brings to mind the panel, smart panels or circuit
Yes.
sharing, or these technologies that might enable houses to manage on a lower power load, not upgrading their panels and not stressing the grid with, big swings in their power level. So where does that fit in?
Yeah, efficient electrification is kind of two small words. It covers a lot of ground. So that could be smart panels, circuit pausers, or circuit sharers, efficient appliances like the lower 120 volt water heaters. So all those strategies that you use to try and electrify your home on with a smaller electrical footprint.
Okay, so those are in the last item on there.
They are, yeah.
Awesome, thanks.
Yeah, sorry to be so broad with it. Okay. Oh,
All right, if we're about to jump into then the presentation from consultant, is that correct?
yes.
Right off the bat, one of your first messages is we're going to study these 3 studies, and you've listed 2A, 2B, and so forth. Is that, am I
Yep.
right so far? Is there a list of studies we've looked at already, or ones that are coming? Like, where do these 3 fit in the whole menu of what we might have looked at?
Yeah, we've done some past studies primarily focused on supply cost. Like we looked at the cost benefit of demand response. And then something like a decade ago, we did a study on energy storage specifically.
Okay,
And
so there are a
different types
bunch of other
benefits.
studies that we've done in the past, and maybe these are 3 studies and we'll have more in the future. I'm really having a hard time mapping these 3 studies. And I will point out that I can't find any mention of the name Burns McDonnell or Bureau Happold in previous board packets. So for example, I didn't find them in September last year or December 23. So these names strike me. I mean, I have no idea what those names mean, which was disorienting just reading the packet. The one thing I know about R&R, because I looked months ago, is that there are 6 strategies. And could you orient me just a little bit? What
Sure.
strategy are we in right now?
Yep.
I think it's maybe 3 or 4, but I don't know.
No, I appreciate that. So strategies 1 and 2 are primarily focused on
Grid mod, modernize the
traditional
electric grid.
utility, yeah, mostly grid mod, but a whole range of traditional utility approaches to improving reliability and resiliency.
Okay,
And then strategy 3 is what we were talking about earlier about
Technologies.
reducing barriers. So we are doing that. We're reducing barriers to voluntary adoption of these technologies.
okay,
Strategy 4 is the cost benefit analysis. Strategy 5 is identifying potential programs. And so that's what we're talking about tonight is strategies 4 and 5. And then 6, if we got direction to actually implement any programs, that would be strategy 6.
thank you. Now I'm a little bit.
No, I appreciate that. I should have gone through that.
Okay,
Okay, and then so as far as consultants, you know, when we talked to you back in September, we didn't have, you know, final contracts negotiated. We weren't really able to talk about who we were talking about for these studies. But, you know, we can send you the council contract adoption staff reports.
no,
if it would be
please do
helpful.
not, but please keep
Okay.
in mind when you send the packet out, put yourself in the shoes of the reader.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought, am I
fair.
dumb? Did I miss a meeting? Who is
No,
Bureau
that's fair.
Happold and what
Yep.
is Burns McDonnell? Thank
Yep.
you.
No, that was abrupt. I appreciate that feedback. I can focus on that next time,
That actually does raise one more question for me.
please.
So I know we talked about resiliency. Commissioner Metz and myself are informally working on disaster preparedness and resiliency. So there might be some crossover with the work that we're doing as well.
Yeah, and I think it's just helpful to share, and we talked about this back in September that, and Bureau Happold will talk about this, that what we're primarily focused on in the resiliency part of the cost benefit study is shorter term outages. And we hope to learn more about longer term outages in the microgrid study. So you'll get a little bit of each in this tonight.
Sorry, I have one more comment.
Please.
I was going to bring it up later because it's relevant to some other slides, but in the list of, it would fit in the list of technologies or options, I think, is one of the things I was kind of wondering is whether you've looked at all the grids that exist in Palo Alto, like the energy generators that exist in Palo Alto. I know we've talked before about, you know, the arrays that are on schools, and I just looked on Google Maps to see what other companies or buildings have big solar arrays. Would there be any consideration to negotiating with those arrays, the owners of those arrays, and having them be kind of a backup source of energy for the city, connected to storage perhaps, or I don't know how those contracts work, and if there's any ability to just, it's being generated right in our backyard, maybe it would be part of our resiliency plan.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have an answer for you off the top of my head there on that, but why don't I take that as a comment and we can consider it. Should I move to the Bureau Happold presentation? Okay,
Yes.
let me just take a note. Okay, can we go to slide 7, please? Okay, so this just gives you the scope and the timeline. It's just a reference for you folks. So the first study we're going to be talking about tonight is that Bureau Happold study, and we've already talked about the scope and timeline, so I won't go into any more detail on it. I'll just turn it over to the Bureau Happold team led by Julian Parsley and Sarah Smith, who will be available online. Julian?
Great. Good evening. Can you all hear me?
And can we go to slide 8, please?
Yeah, I'm Julian Parsley. I'm the project principal for the Bureau Happold team. Just as a quick intro, Bureau Happold's a global engineering and advisory firm working across the built environment. And here we're drawing on our expertise in the energy sector and on resilience. And we're also joined by Fernando from AESC, and they're an energy consultancy that does a lot of work with distributed energy resources, and they do a lot of work in the utility sector specifically. So the team is going to really walk you through 3 things that Jonathan summarized: the approach we're taking to the avoided supply cost model, our framework that Jonathan mentioned for how we're looking to value resilience and some of the differences between resilience and reliability. And then we will get into the program research that we've conducted so far. And we look forward to feedback as we go through. And with that, we can go to the next slide and jump in.
Before you do, could I ask how long have we been working with this consulting firm? Is this a check-in, a presentation, or the first time we've heard from them?
This is the first time you've heard from them. These are the folks we hired to execute the scope that we discussed back in September. And one of the reasons I forgot to mention earlier, one of the things that stood out about Bureau Happold is that they've done some of this work for other agencies in the region, including Silicon Valley Clean Energy.
So as they speak about things like avoided supply costs, they're essentially going to speak about that list of technologies that we were just looking at. Is that right?
That is a list of technologies. Yeah, we're analyzing with them.
Oh, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Fernando Miramontes. I'm a senior engineer with AESC. I've led the development of the avoided supply cost model that we'll be discussing. There's a couple of slides here on it. In general, the supply cost model
Fernando?
is yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just for clarity, AESC is a subcontractor to Bureau Happold. Fernando, if you can just also introduce a little bit about what AESC, what AESC does and their role in the study.
Sure. Yeah. AESC is Alternative Energy Systems Consulting. We were founded in 1994 in California and worked with a majority of the IOUs and POUs throughout the state, various other utilities throughout the United States. Everything from energy efficiency to avoided supply cost, emerging technology studies. So we're supporting the Bureau team in the quantitative analysis for this effort, which is part one here. In general, this part one is development of an avoided supply costs model, which provides the quantitative benefits of the various technologies to help inform program development. So our goal is to have an output of a dollar value of avoided costs over the lifetime of each of the technologies, as well as cost-effective metrics from the utility side, as well as the participants' perspective as well. We can jump to the next slide, please. The general methodology, it's an hourly approach based on data received from Palo Alto. What it is it's the cost of energy delivered per megawatt hour for various hours throughout the year. So you'll notice in the subsequent slides, various hours have different energy costs, particularly during the summer months when demands are higher. And the ultimate goal, like I mentioned, is to provide the inputs of the technologies and the forecasted operation of those assets over their lifetime to develop a net present value of avoided cost to the utility. So in general, the statewide programs, PG&E, SCE, SDG&E use a statewide avoided costs model. But as you'll see in the next slide, there is some disparity in the value of energy across the different utilities. So a specific model has been developed for Palo Alto to be used in valuing the different technologies. Primarily, the disparity between the statewide model and this local model is due to the way capacity and transmission are handled by the utility. So at this point, we're still working through each of the technologies and presenting the benefits to the local utility as part of our efforts here. So the next slide, this kind of just illustrates the disparity between the statewide model versus a local Palo Alto utility model. You'll see for each of the months here, you have the dollar per megawatt hour delivered throughout the utility. You do see spikes in the evening times, the 4 to 9 p.m. periods for both utilities. On the left, you'll see a much more dampened dollar per megawatt hour for those peak periods, as observed in the statewide model, which values those technologies much higher compared to Palo Alto here.
So what we were, I'm interested, we're going to stop here for a second. So the reason that we bring this piece forward is that this was an early insight as we started this analysis, was that the avoided costs that we see, direct avoided costs that the utility sees in Palo Alto, that the community sees in Palo Alto, is different from the benefits that the state sees when it models the supply cost benefits of these technologies. And that's going to be an interesting dimension that we're going to have to wrestle with a little bit, because it means that there's a California-wide societal benefit to these technologies that may not be realizable financially in Palo Alto. And so I just wanted to put that on your radar early on, because it'll be something we end up talking about as we really start to dig in on the cost benefit for these different technologies. So what questions do people have on this?
Okay, so now's a good time.
Please.
I was going to say, let them break for questions before we interrupt them.
Okay.
You're going to do that, right?
We will. We're going to break multiple times during this Bureau Apple presentation.
I don't know. One of you was first.
No, I have no question.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had a question on the previous slide. It sounds like from the first bullet, this is modeling energy supply costs on a per kilowatt hour basis, correct?
Yes.
So if that's correct, then what about capacity costs, RA costs, the other costs that CPAU faces? And also, what about, this sounds like a business as usual kind of analysis. What about when things are not going swell kind of situations?
Yeah, so the cost per megawatt hour encompasses a number of items: transmission, distribution. I think the RA is also built into there, as well as losses. So it's all rolled up. I can follow up with the exact parameters that are included in that. And then maybe Jonathan could speak to the second part of that question. I think that might be a little bit more tailored to the utility there.
Yeah, I guess my interest is the financial costs beyond the energy cost, the per kilowatt hour energy cost, and then also the benefits beyond the financial benefits.
Can we go to the second slide? And Fernando, you'll correct me if I say anything wrong. One more slide forward, please. Okay, so the way that these cost curves are built up, you have the energy cost, and you have a renewable energy dimension to that, a greenhouse gas cost. You have transmission, you have losses built in there, but then you also have these sort of lumpy costs: transmission, distribution, and generating capacity. And those costs, they're really almost fixed costs that are based on needing to meet that single peak.
Exactly.
Right.
That's the point.
Those are
Exactly.
included here, and the way where they put them in those summer peak hours. And in the statewide model, okay? And that's why the statewide model is so steep. In Palo Alto, because transmission is charged to us on a per kilowatt hour basis, those are spread across they're spread across the entire year. So you don't see as steep a summer peak as you do in the statewide model. Same thing with generating capacity. We're able to buy pieces of local capacity, of other capacity, generating capacity, that other utilities don't necessarily need. We don't build and own large new generators generally. And so while other utilities may put the cost of new generation, what they'll do is they'll take the cost of new generation and they'll put that in their peak capacity value. That's not an economic value that we can realize in Palo Alto. And so those two things are responsible for most of the difference between the chart on the left, which is our direct avoided costs, and the chart on the right, which shows the value that California sees from having distributed energy resources that reduce peaks during those summer peak hours.
So
who is this state, who does the statewide model apply to? Industrial?
The Public Utilities Commission,
It's Cal ISO, presumably.
yeah, in partnership with Cal ISO and the Energy Commission, working with the investor-owned utilities. And this is meant to reflect for the statewide grid what the values are.
So it's a statewide grid model.
It's a statewide grid, yeah.
And the reason why in the summer peak, the price of electricity essentially goes to zero for the state, but we're still paying more, is that the transmission costs that we're paying here that you
Are you
mentioned,
talking
Jonathan?
about in the middle hours where the
Yes, the middle
cost goes
hours,
down to
the-
zero?
The cost is going to zero, which I assume is a
Yes,
solar
you're right. The
surplus in the
difference-
state.
Yeah, so-
And the nodes are going to, the node prices are going zero or below, but we still have to pay the transmission cost?
Yeah, so I believe what you're pointing to is that in a few months at a statewide level, those charts, they go down to zero. And that means, zero value to new generation in that space. And that's going to be those solar hours where there's over generation. But yes, in the avoided cost model, I believe that the answer is that we're still paying to transmit energy. And therefore, because transmission's on an hourly basis, we're not showing a zero cost.
And the other one is, the big differential on the statewide basis and for our basis, it's impossible for us to arbitrage and sell back in and capture some of that, which would also capture some of the social value that you mentioned, if that's just physically impossible.
So I'd have to think about that one. I really would love if Shiva, if you have the answer to that one and are able to answer off the top of your head, that would be great. If not, we'll take that and get back to you. I have to think through that one. And
Okay,
Carlos,
it's a little
you
off the
think through
cuff,
that
but
one.
just it's such a huge
What's that?
disparity in some of the months.
Looks like Shiva's got it.
That's the disparity is primarily driven by transmission constraints and the need for the state to invest in transmission. So it's not so as Commissioner Metz was mentioning, we have embedded transmission capacity and energy into one easy to model framework. But energy arbitrage is on an energy basis. We cannot arbitrage capacity in the market.
So all of that difference is due to transmission? That
Transmission
seems,
and generation capacity,
okay, maybe.
not the energy component alone, which is the marginal.
But I mean, if we added generation capacity through some of these technologies, that it could avoid the cost on our side, but why couldn't it capture the greater value if it's generation? Transmission, I understand.
Right, so generation, when we are surplus, we do sell it into the market and make money. When we are short, we buy from the market at a higher price.
Yeah, I think
The capacity is a transparent market.
Yeah, and I think probably where the gap is here, and Shiva would love to have you stay up for a second. But I think where the gap is here is that in this valuation model that the state is doing, they're looking at the cost of building a new transmission line or building a new generator. And that's more costly than the market value of capacity until the capacity market gets so tight and then they never let it get to the point where, it's going to exceed the cost of building a new generator. They just get a new generator built.
So these are transmission bottleneck costs where somehow they don't have enough capacity to transmit another kilowatt hour.
Yeah, and essentially what happens is the market, you're never going to be able to see that price of building that new transmission line or that new generator reflected in the market. Almost never will you see that. So that
Right.
makes the arbitrage really difficult. Am I on point with that, Shiva?
Yes.
Okay.
And this curve is for 2025, and there are the curves for 2030, 35, 40, 45. And it's again modeled results, and some of it also is new capacity which needs to come online.
Thank you. I'm disappointed. I thought we'd solved some of our deficit problems.
We have a very sharp electric front office team who looks for any
Commissioner
of those
Maurer?
opportunities and makes it happen.
Go ahead, Commissioner Matter.
Thank you, everybody. This has been a helpful discussion. Jonathan, is it basically correct to say that these are marginal prices for the next unit?
Yes, although not marginal prices, it would be always reflected in the market.
Right, but it's essentially the marginal cost of acquiring a new unit, but not in the market, right? So I think
The long
it might
run
be
marginal
helpful.
cost as opposed to the short run.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that might help as a framing for the commissioners. The only other thing I want to emphasize here is that this does not include local distribution avoided cost. And so as we turn to the next series of presentations, particularly around the airport microgrid, there could be citywide variation in even these costs, so to speak, right?
Agreed. And that's the point of doing a single study or a set of studies that are going to cover supply, distribution, and resiliency all under one roof. So be able to capture all those benefits.
Great. I just wanted to make those 2 points because I think they may help clarify some of what we're scoping out in tonight's meeting.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more question? Just, I understand that this is 2025, but what's the difference if you were to fast forward 5 years? Or does this, because of all the batteries coming online, does that reduce the statewide peak later?
So
what do they look like compared to this?
I think the disparity ends up staying there, but it probably changes. Fernando, do you have some instincts that you can share with us about that?
Yeah, in the models for the future years, looking at like 2035, 2040, the peaks tend to shift further towards nighttime hours, likely due to more EV charging on the grid. So the pricing reflects that additional demand. So there are different load shapes that are presented in the forecasted years. And through the modeling process, we're trying to incorporate those into making sure that, any technologies that we do simulate reflect the current and the future state of the grid and the pricing structure.
Do you have any instincts about whether the divergence between the city and the statewide model narrows or widens or stays about the same?
I think it stays about the same. Yeah.
And that just reflects, and that's because it just reflects this market structural issue about how we value things and how we fix costs.
A big deal, though, is we have a different diurnal load profile than the grid as a whole. I think that's a huge deal. That's what makes the big difference. Like 1900 around, to 8 p.m. that we're able to sell energy at those times when other people are peaking.
Yeah, we have generation that we're able to put into those evening hours. That's why that hydro can be very helpful in that respect.
Why is that? It's because our weather is so good, or because so many people have solar, or why is that?
Because we have hydro and
Because of hydro at the base.
Well, it's because of the nature of our load. Our load profile peaks earlier in the day than other part of the state on average peaks.
Yeah, I'm sure you want to move on, but could we please back up the car a little bit? And before we leave this notion of avoided cost, which I've heard is also now marginal pricing, I simply need you, Jonathan, if you could explain the takeaway of this slide or this topic, avoided cost. I keep thinking, I assume this is going to be applied against each of the 8 or 10 technologies. What is the slide saying? I see, of course, that there's a big avoided cost at certain times of day, way big statewide, not so big citywide. We've talked about different reasons that might be. What's the takeaway? And please, for a 6th grader.
Yeah, so the big takeaway for you as a policymaker is that there's going to be value to things like solar and storage for the state grid that we cannot monetize. And so that's a way of thinking about it. Another way is that the market isn't structured in a way that allows us to monetize it, unfortunately. Or fortunately. And
because our curve doesn't go way up like theirs does.
Exactly. And so what that means for you all as policymakers is that there will be we may do a cost benefit that shows a certain amount of benefit for Palo Alto, but a greater amount of benefit for the statewide grid. And you're going to have an open question about whether you want to run these programs or promote these technologies based on that additional statewide benefit, even if Palo Alto can't realize it monetarily. And that's going to be something you'll have to grapple with. We wanted to raise that early.
I think most of the reasons for this have probably surfaced, but could you summarize I guess, why does our curve not shaped like state? Is transmission, weather, behavior of our
specifically
people?
Transmission and generation. So when the state is thinking about the value of these technologies, they're saying, hey, if we can get a whole bunch of solar and storage out there, we won't have to build a new generator. We won't have to build a new transmission line. We don't build transmission lines. We don't build generators. And so what that means, and then on top of that, the market is structured in a way where it doesn't charge transmission just in those summer peak hours. It charges transmission on every kilowatt hour that we bring in. And so the combination of that market structure and the fact that we don't build means that we aren't able to avoid the same types of costs that the state as a whole is able to avoid.
I want to let us move on, but I do want to, what you say makes sense. I do want to point out, although we don't generate power, we in Palo Alto, we buy it. And I thought the whole idea of microgrids and batteries and so forth is that we, by distributing energy, we might address the problem. What problem? I guess if our curve were higher, there'd be a bigger problem. I don't know. We are spending $500 million on grid mod, and maybe there's a way to be using all this discussion about the 8 or 10 technologies to think about how to spend less or spend it better. And I'll leave it at that. Yeah. You don't have to respond.
No, it's okay. We'll be talking about that in 2C.
Good.
Okay. All right.
I had a quick question. Actually, two questions. First, I was wondering if you could kind of quickly walk us through technically how models like this were built. Like, was it Excel? What software was used? What numbers did we put into it? And second, I was wondering if this study might provide us an opportunity to actually go to the state with some of these results and ask, hey, these are opportunities to collaborate on. It'd be great to get funding to build some of these things in Palo Alto because of the avoided costs at a statewide level. So I was wondering if there might be opportunities for that.
I think we can, with your second comment, I think maybe we take that as a suggestion and think about that one and maybe address it when we're back with you next time. With respect to the construction of the model, Fernando, are you able to give like a just really short Reader's Digest version of how one builds a model like this?
Sure. So to answer your first question, it's an Excel-based model that takes the data for cost per megawatt hour from the utility. And then each of the technologies we're able to simulate expected performance. So an example would be, battery energy storage. We can set the nominal capacity, the charge and discharge duration, the charge and discharge timing. And from there, we essentially overlay that onto the cost per megawatt hour. And so when you see those shifting of, time from 4 p.m. to during the evenings, we capture that delta of the cost savings and call that the avoided supply cost benefit for the technology.
And just mechanically, I think you're building everything in Excel, and the types of inputs that we get tend to be based on the best information that either Bureau AESC or we can get hold of in terms of either past market data, models that are used to forecast prices, or quotes from power marketers.
Thank you.
So Jonathan, I had a quick question. Should we be advocating to restructure the market in the way it's pricing? Would that benefit all of California?
It would be wonderful. So there are actually a bunch of advantages that that the current market structure, provides in terms of costs. And so I would highly recommend that that's something that's discussed with NCPA, Legend Reg, and, we have some very complex arrangements with, in the way that, that NCPA is relationship with the Cal ISO is structured. So this isn't meant to push for any sort of restructuring or that's a more complex topic that's worth discussing.
No, I
with
didn't think you were
NCPA
meaning to push for it. I was
for
really just
better
asking if
understanding.
that's a topic that's worth thinking about, or if that's a topic that's not worth thinking about, because
I think it's a good one for the NCPA commissioner to ask and the utilities directors to talk to NCPA about and get more clarity on as a policy question. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's something that needs action. I think it's just helpful to understand the complexity of how NCPA relates to NCPA members relate to the state, and what NCPA's posture generally is on this type of thing.
All right, thank you.
And just one more follow-up question on the inputs, or just a comment, actually. It would be great, I think at least, to be able to see as policy people kind of what our confidence is with respect to those inputs. And I don't know what that would look like, a scale from 1 to 10 on how good these assumptions we're making about these costs are. But I think that would be helpful as we assess the benefits of these technologies at a later stage.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think we review all inputs, we provide a lot of the inputs, and so we're giving the best estimates that we have. There's always an uncertainty band around them. And so, if the market conditions change, that could change the cost benefit assessment. So to some extent, it's a snapshot with a lot of uncertainty, and the quantitative analysis is not meant to be the only thing to be considered when thinking about whether to run these programs because of that uncertainty. Any other questions on this, or should we move on to the next part of the?
I'm just gonna, well, one is an observation, one's a question. So one observation is that it's really just August that's so heinously different here. I mean, other than August, we're a little bit higher throughout the entire day, it looks like, in terms of the avoided costs.
Yep.
So I'm just not very familiar with how this whole California versus Palo Alto works, in that if we were going to, it still looks compelling to try to avoid these high costs in those evening hours. Can you explain to me how building out methods to avoid those costs does not benefit us, but rather benefits the state of California? Is that arbitrage, or can you just, I've missed that.
It really just has to do with the fact that the state is looking at whether new generators or new transmission lines need to be built, and we're not typically the ones that build those. And so we're not typically the ones that avoid those costs necessarily.
But I mean, we're still avoiding the cost, like a $400 per megawatt hour if we're building something.
Oh, yes, there is value. It's just not as high as the state. It's not that there's not value. It's that the value isn't the differential isn't quite as high as the statewide model.
Thank you. Okay, I thought
we are definitely
what you
avoiding
mentioned
quite a
was
lot
that
of
we wouldn't
costs.
get the benefit, the state of California would get the benefit. So sorry.
No,
Okay,
it's
thank
just
you.
there's additional
Glad I asked.
benefit that the state gets
Got
that
it.
we don't monetize.
So
that
Jonathan, I guess
is worth just noting.
to follow up, I actually understood it in response to Commissioner Croft's question, was that your question was, say we spent money and invested in something and that avoided costs, but it costs us more than the $400 we would save because the state saves 1,000. Should we do that? I can tell you, I think the answer is no, but I would just state that. But that's what I thought your question was.
Well, and that's partially why we're framing this up, because that's going to be a question that you're all going to have to grapple with. And I think, you have an answer on that. And
don't think there's much gravity.
And I don't
I
think,
didn't think so either.
yeah. Well, and so that's, that's going to be the discussion, and it may come down exactly the way that you're laying it out. I just want to make sure that we're highlighting this, because we want to make sure that we are transparent about what is and isn't being included. Because if you start looking at what studies or what analyses other agencies might do, they might be looking at it differently because they're looking at the statewide model, and this will help you understand those disparities and, see how Palo Alto might be different in those ways.
I want to thank staff for not just looking at the statewide model. No, really. I mean, I think you're right. A lot of other places may just use the statewide model, which would give you the wrong signals. at
Well, it
least
would
for
give
us
them
as a
the right
community.
signals. It would just give us the wrong signals.
Right. That's what I mean.
all.
So
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Jonathan, could you give an example, please, of avoided costs? Please pick any of the technologies like a massive battery or a microgrid solution. Just help me understand what the word avoided cost
Sure.
means.
Yeah. So let's say you have a battery system, a solar and battery system, and you have the solar system, and that's generating power right here. So power doesn't have to be.
Our clean project, for example, 3 megawatts.
Yeah. So say we install just for simplicity, a utility scale solar and storage system here
Okay.
in Palo Alto at a city, at a customer site, or,
Yep.
a PPA. And that's generating solar energy here in Palo Alto that avoids us having to bring power in from the outside to pay the transmission costs. We avoid, we pay for the energy here instead of paying for it out there.
Right. It's that simple, right? We've produced energy here in Palo Alto
That's a
on a
si-
solar. We've put it in a battery. We didn't have to buy it from the 2 CAISO wires.
But then the next thing that we do is we take the storage system, and during those summer peak hours, we reduce our overall system peak.
Yes.
And then we have a lower obligation to buy capacity. And that
Exactly.
also saves us money.
Exactly. So if we had a massive batteries and we're using them
At the right
as much
hours,
as we
yeah.
can, then we're perhaps not having to upgrade that transformer on the margin or build out that substation.
It's
on
not
the
about
margin.
that.
Not that,
No,
okay.
and that's not what we're talking about
Okay.
here.
So Commissioner Tucker, a prime example is one of the items we'll talk about today is the airport microgrid. That
Okay,
could
we'll
have
get to that
a
later.
solar and a battery component.
Okay.
And that could be a part of that study.
Thank you.
and
Then we'll
evaluation.
save that idea. Last question. Could you give me an example, please, of resiliency threats? Like, are we talking about an airplane flying into the transmission wires, which would be, I guess, days of disaster, but not months? Are we talking about a big earthquake? Or maybe we're just talking about too many 400 amp panels in one neighborhood melting down, I don't know, a few transformers. What is what is the resiliency threat that we should be thinking about as we listen to this presentation?
Let's put a pin, let's come back to that question after I believe it's the next part of the Bureau
Okay.
Apple presentation, because I think that will be that'll be helpful to narrowing that question.
Okay.
All right, I think it's time to move on.
All right. Bureau Apple team. Can we move to the next slide, please?
Okay. Hey, everyone. My name's Nathaniel Gunderson. I'm with the Bureau Happold team. I'll be covering the resilience benefits component of this study. And so I'll just preface this section with the fact that resilience considerations continue to evolve, and they've expanded in recent years, especially in light of more frequent and severe climate hazards, especially with rising EV adoption and building electrification. And so to respond to that, part of our effort here involved conducting a literature review of authoritative sources, such as the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, and others. And so we use those pieces from our findings to establish a methodology to evaluate resilience benefits, which are broken down into quantitative and qualitative costs, which we'll discuss over the course of the next slides. And then those pieces and those metrics were then used to develop and quantify the economic impacts based on potential outage patterns. So if you can go to the next slide. And so the key finding from all of this is just an important distinction between reliability and resilience. When you think of resilience, I just want you to think of it as this umbrella term that captures reliability. They're interrelated concepts, and resilience includes and extends to reliability. And so reliability is a pretty common term in electric power system planning, and it typically refers to outages under routine uncertainty. The duration is typically in the seconds to hours range, and often the scale of impact involves just neighborhoods, facilities, campus-wide scale. And then when we talk about resilience within the power sector, it typically refers to low probability, high consequence disruptive events. And so those impacts are in the duration of hours, days, months, and they often have a much wider effect in the community that sometimes impact statewide, regionally, and they often have impacts that are, extending to other parts that ripple throughout the economy. And so that is, I think, when we enter into this discussion, that's an important distinction, especially, from the outset of this study, the Palo Alto utility scope was focused on outages in the 2 to 6 to 8 hour range. And similarly, the technologies that we're looking at typically provide outage prevention within the 24-hour range. And so that's an important understanding when we talk about this distinction between reliability and resilience. Next slide, please. And so the framework that we're using for valuing resilience in this context, I'll bring up that term of avoided cost here again, because in this case, resilience is the avoided outage costs that are incurred whenever a customer loses power. And so we're defining those in terms of their human impact and how much that risk reduction is worth relative to other solutions that we're considering within this study. Some of those metrics that are commonly used, things such as loss of utility revenue when that customer isn't then charging to the utility, cost of grid damages that may occur from a natural hazard that causes an outage, the costs from recovery. The piece that we're really focusing on here is the residential and commercial interruption costs. And then there's also costs to consider, like loss of assets and perishables. For example, if a grocery store, if there's an outage that goes beyond a certain period and they have food and other assets that, they can't recover. And so that's kind of the focus of this section of this part of the study. We're determining what those avoided outage costs are. And what we're doing to integrate that into the overall cost benefit analysis is when we start to look at the different technologies and the programs that come with them, we're determining what the level of risk reduction and the amount of avoided outage that comes with those technologies. And those all affect different resilience metrics, such as customer outage time, the amount of load not served, the time to recovery, and so forth. And so that part is being further developed as we continue this study. And next slide, please. And so going back to those definitions of reliability and resilience, the methodologies that are used for them are also defined by the duration of the outage. And so, like I said earlier, because we're focusing on a shorter duration outage in this study and technologies that provide backup power for that range of time, they're really focused on short duration outages that are measured through stated preference surveys, customer damage functions. For example, just determining for, say, a commercial entity what their cost curve is as the duration of the outage increases. And then some other common terms or measurements that are used include value of lost load, loss of load probability. And so that's where our study is focused here. It's important to understand too that there are ways of measuring the impacts of long duration outages beyond the 24-hour period, but they tend to involve much more complicated analysis that involves econometric models such as input-output models, computer general equilibrium models, I won't go too far into depth there, but they tend to have limited application, just where the current state of academic study on this is. And so there are ways of doing that, but for the scope of our analysis here, it wasn't relevant or necessarily feasible to capture those types of impacts. Next slide, please.
Nathaniel, just on the previous slide, what I've heard from you folks on this is that there are a number of models that you can use to estimate the impacts of short duration outages relatively straightforwardly. On the right side, when you're trying to think about multi-week outages, you're all of a sudden having to get into modeling the entire local economy. And that is a far more complex analysis and is out of the scope of this study. So we're really looking at the types of models that you're talking about on the left.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification.
Could I ask for one further clarification, or should I wait till a pause?
Yeah, why don't we wait till we get to the end of the slides?
Okay. So if we could move to, next slide. So as Jonathan mentioned, there are a number of tools and methods that are that you can use to measure some of those costs. And again, we're looking at the value of resilience as the present value of those avoided costs from any given technology's investment and its ability to avoid disruptive events. And so, one tool that we ended up using for this study is called the Interruption Cost Estimator Calculator. And it's based on aggregated customer survey data between 1989 and 2012. And it's one of the more comprehensive surveys conducted on customer outage costs for utilities across the US. And it provides power outage, avoided costs for outages in multiple metrics. And so just because of its wide use and its generally well-established methodology relative to other methods we looked at, for example, FEMA has a cost benefit calculator. There's another one from where you can look at the customer damage function for individual customers, but that gets more complicated when you have to aggregate that across multiple different customer types. And one clarification here, just a typo on the developer. It's developed by the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. And so if you want to jump to the next slide, there are just a few more details to just give you a better background understanding on the methodology behind the ICE tool. And so, like I said, it's survey-based methods, and what they do is they take a representative sample of customers and they ask them questions for a number of hypothetical outage scenarios and characteristics. Some of those characteristics include the duration, the time of day, the cause of the outage, and they conduct these surveys, and the resulting data set is comprised of over 105,000 observations. One notable thing too is they have, I think, the most observations covering California, so the accuracy and relevance to the regional context, I think, is useful here. Another thing to note is the costs are adjusted. We've adjusted the outputs from the model to $2023 for the purpose of this study. And those outputs essentially are the customer's damage function that is adjusted to a Palo Alto context. So we put in a bunch of different parameters that are adapted to, for example, the median household income of Palo Alto, the reliability metrics that the utility has recorded for the past several years, the typical outage time that occurs, as well as the different mix of industrial and commercial customers. And all of those outputs provide weighted averages of the customer interruption costs for both residential customers, small commercial customers, as well as medium and large commercial industrial customers. And so we're using this is all still in development, but we're using those costs to determine what the avoided cost could be for example, if you have an outage that is avoided through a given technology, these provide metrics on a per event basis or a per kilowatt hour basis that we're applying and integrating into our cost benefit analysis. Lastly, on this slide, I'll just highlight that it's also, I think another benefit of this tool is that it's being constantly maintained and updated. They're in the middle of another update that's scheduled for release early this year with a bunch of new responses that I think will improve the accuracy of the data. And depending on when exactly it was released, we can pretty easily update it in our model. Next slide, please.
Nathaniel, just when you refer to customer damage function, essentially what you're saying is it's the, the economic cost of things like lost, damaged equipment, lost perishables, lost productivity, and it based on all these customer surveys.
Well, I assume it's also like you can't run a credit card a lot of the time.
That sort of thing too, lost business, yes.
Yes. So yeah, all those different costs are kind of bundled into those customer damage functions, which are being estimated within that survey methodology. Did you want to add anything else to that, Jonathan? Or
no, just
move ahead here.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I'll wrap up this section just to describe how we're integrating this into the rest of the study. So the ICE model is giving us the value of resilience and or reliability in this context. And we're using those avoided outage costs. Depending on the context, it's $1 per kilowatt hour or $1 per event. And we're integrating that into the different technologies that we're using. So for example, we might say like a battery is preventing a hypothetical outage based on the data that we're seeing from Palo Alto. And then we're assuming that if a customer adopts that technology, that potential outage is avoided. And those benefits are then bundled into the assessment methodology for a given program and technology in the programs that we assess. And it lands on this quantitative benefits side of this analysis. And so I also just mentioned too that there are other qualitative benefits to resilience that we'll be considering as well, but this is specifically focused on the things that we're trying to quantify on the resilience side for this component of the analysis.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Can we get the next slide? All right, so the feedback we're looking from you folks is whether this resiliency framework reflects the quantitative and qualitative benefits that you believe would be reflected by deploying these types of technologies in the community. So based on what you've heard, if we're going to put quantitative values on resiliency, based on what you're hearing, do you feel like the approach we're using is adequate to reflect those costs and benefits in the community?
Would it be inappropriate to ask, do you think that it reflects the benefits you're looking for? Isn't that more important?
Well, we do believe that. Yeah, based on this ICE model, we believe this is the closest we can come to putting a value on resiliency, but a value on reliability and resiliency. I think the question is, I think the thing to just be aware of is that different people are going to value it differently at the end of the day. So no single customers, you may have anecdotal thoughts about how, examples in your head about an individual customer and how they may value reliability or resiliency significantly higher than this model may output. And that's where the qualitative assessments start to come into effect. There may be groups of customers, people with medical conditions or things like that, that have a higher need. And some of that qualitative assessment will also be included in the final report.
Can I just run through so I understand it properly?
Please.
So what we've done here is we've basically said that we're taking the value of resilience and reliability, and we're figuring that out by doing a massive survey, basically. That's the 7,000.
We're drawing on a massive survey that has already been done across the
Right,
western
we're not doing,
states
but we're getting that information.
and applying it to Palo Alto.
And that's where we get that value. Is that correct?
Yes, if you go back to the previous slide, please. You can see the benefit, you can see in the dotted line box there.
Yep.
Essentially, you're seeing an assessment of how we're going to add up all these different benefits. You see the supply cost benefits, the distribution cost benefits, the outage costs, and then these qualitative assessments as well on the benefit side and the operations and maintenance and capital on the right. And yes, this model will be used to get the numbers for the avoided outage costs benefit.
Well, then we take the value of the resilience, which we got through basically survey information. That's the data,
Right.
that's the input.
Yep.
The avoided outage, the kilowatt hours event, where does that data come from? I was a little confused.
The avoided kilowatt hours per event or loss.
Yeah, no, I mean, yes, because I mean, are these the 24-hour less events or these the long? I mean, I'm trying to figure
These
out.
are the shorter term events.
So these are the shorter term events. And so how do you get that? Because what you're doing is saying the value of resilience and you're multiplying it, right, by the avoided outage costs. So how do you work out that number?
Yeah.
I can add to that if that would be helpful. Yeah, so it is a range. It's not going to be an exact number. So part of like the baseline for that is based on previous reliability metrics. So that's where the SAIDI and SAFE metrics come into play, where we can see, you know, over the past several years, what's the average amount of time that a customer experiences outages over the past year. And Palo Alto has relatively low outage experiences. So, you know, that is going to be a relatively low benefit. But then we're considering that plus, you know, looking at a scenario in which if there is an outage that goes up to, say, 24 hours, you know, we're expanding that benefit because if a customer has a battery, they would be able to avoid all of those outages and therefore reap the benefits from that technology. And so it is going to be in a range, but will be kind of in that green box that you see there. It's going to be determined by kind of a set of scenarios that we are assuming based on Palo Alto data, based on different scenarios for an outage and how much a technology will enable that customer to weather that outage, and then incorporating that to determine what that multiplier is.
So it's a combination of three things. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I think a certain way and I just.
Yeah.
So I understand the value of the resilience. So the avoided outage is time, right? We look at our past history and we say we have an average number of hours of outages over the past 5 years. And we look on an annual basis. So we divide, you know, we figure out what it is. And that's that number basically? Or is that number plus something?
Well, the third dimension to it is how much of that could be avoided through a given technology. So that's the third dimension to it. But I think what you're asking is if you take, are we taking the total dollars that could be avoided or that?
No, I'm asking this.
Please.
Let's say we have an avoided, let's say we have 24 hours on average a year of outage. You know, there's 4 incidents or whatever, and they're because you do them, you get them quickly done. So that number is 24. Then we have new technology. Some technologies reduce that 24 hours to 12 hours. Other technologies reduce it to 8 hours. You take the 8 hours or the 20 or the 12 hours or whatever it is, and that's what you multiply by the value of resilience, and that gives you the value for each technology of whether or not we should do the technology. Is that roughly what we're doing? Or am I completely wrong?
Nathaniel?
Yeah, that you're close. The only thing I would just add is that it's also based on that customer's consumption. So for residential customers, they would have a certain kilowatt hour consumption over that period of time. But then say for a commercial customer, we would be applying a slightly different consumption and usage level to that. So it's time-based and consumption-based.
So essentially what you would have experienced, so I think what we're getting at here is what you would have experienced without the technology, those outage losses you would have experienced without the technology versus what you would experience with the technology, and the difference being the value of resiliency. Yeah.
Got it.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
so I support the approach. I think it's the only approach that makes sense. One thing I very badly want to see would be if you applied this approach to the last 5 years, what's the annual cost of outages that we've experienced in Palo Alto? And I really want to see that as a benchmarking number because it will help me get my mind around what we should be potentially investing in the future. So I don't know, is outages a $10,000 a year problem according to this methodology, $100,000 a year problem, $1 million a year problem? Those are very different levels. And assuming that you're extrapolating from the past and the future, I'd come as close to saying I'd love to see those as quickly as possible, because if we're talking about a $2,000 a year problem using our methodology, I'm like, okay, we don't really have a problem. We can look at other things. The second is, of course, methodology. I trust very much the supply side and what you'll be doing on that side. On the valuation side, it really depends on how well you've calibrated this to Palo Alto. And I heard there's a few things, median income, et cetera, but my confidence, would come down to, obviously, the deeper you can go, the better. You can say, well, it's so much commercial, but there's commercial that is data centers. The data centers have backup. So for them, it's not an interrupted business. It's a amount of, kerosene they have to buy in order to run their business during the outage. So how specific to Palo Alto rather than generic community is this?
Daniel?
Yeah, so on the cost side, I want to be careful to not fully disclose because the numbers that we're working on are still in development, but I'll just say that the total cost when you consider residential and all the different scales of commercial, it is up well above the thousands into the millions. And so we will share
Daniel,
those.
That's not the question I
Sorry
asked.
to interrupt. Yeah, I think Commissioner Phillips, you're very interested in seeing those results, but you're not expecting to hear about it.
Okay. Yeah. I don't.
I think what you're asking is how much have we been able to tailor these survey results? So for the outage data is all ours. So that is very specific to Palo Alto. But how well have we been able to tailor these survey results to reflect Palo Alto with its particular demographic profile, its particular industry and business profile?
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I heard there was a two-parter question there. I may have misinterpreted, but yeah. So like you were saying, we did tailor it to those outage statistics. And it's also tailored to the total number of customers. It doesn't allow us to adjust it based on like the specific type of industries within, say, manufacturing or within construction. So there is a little bit of opacity there in terms of what's going on behind the model. But given that it does adjust for regional context, I think that hopefully captures some of it. But again, it's not going to capture all the nuances of, Palo Alto's technology heavy economy or data centers for that matter. And again, because some of the data is not as recent, at least in the current model, again, it maybe won't reflect all of those things, but I think as it's as close as we can get given the availability of current data and current tools at our disposal.
So maybe that was kind of a negative answer. Maybe put it positively. Could you get a list of what it does? You had mentioned median income, presumably split between residential and commercial. And I can figure out from that what it doesn't do, which would be everything else, presumably. And then the second one was not an immediate question, but something I do want to see when you've been able to settle it and use the model. What has been the annual every year, according to the model, what is the economic cost of the outages we have experienced? Not a question that needs to be or should be answered now, but when you have settled on that. Thank you.
Just going off of Commissioner Phillips's questions and comments, I am wondering if we have a sense on whether this study overestimates or underestimates Palo Alto, if we might have a sense of that. And I'm also curious, how did we update the study to 2023 dollars? Did we just use inflation or was it more nuanced?
Nathaniel, before you answer that, can I ask you, when you mention regional context, what granularity of region does the ICE model get down to?
It gets down to state, so
State
California.
level. Okay. And then can you repeat the first part of your question, Commissioner Gupta?
Oh, sure. My first part was, do we have a sense right now on whether this study would overestimate or underestimate versus Palo Alto?
Yeah, I mean, Nathaniel, thinking about California industry, business, demographics versus Palo Alto, do you have instincts right now about what that difference might be? Or should we take this as something we need to look at and come and reflect when we come back?
I'd say I'd hesitate to speculate on that now, and it's something we could certainly try and get a closer look at. Otherwise, it's hard to say exactly whether it over or underestimates it, but certainly something we can look into.
Commissioner Maurer.
Yes, thank you. This has been a helpful discussion. Jonathan, I think you asked an important question, which is just that, how do we feel about the general approach? And I think that the discussion that we've had here underscores that, basically whenever we're doing a benefit cost analysis, like we're going to do as well as we can to quantify these things. But at the end of the day, especially when we're doing large scale system studies of this sort, data limitations, data availability, precision in terms of adapting relatively old surveys to Palo Alto in 2025 are inherently challenging. And so the point I want to make here is that I think methodologically it's fine. I think the really underlying question is just in making sure that we are communicating where we have uncertainty alongside the results, that we understand how to use these results, not as a hard line, this makes sense, this doesn't, based only on this type of analysis, but rather, this analysis guides those general sentiments, and there are maybe other factors that we know are excluded, and we're just clear about what those are. I think the only thing methodologically that I would add is just that a lot of the implementation of this technology is going to happen over like a 20-year period. And so it's also understanding how these are trending in terms of benefits and costs. I didn't get a great sense of that from the presentation so far. And I'm wondering if there are specific elements of this benefit cost analysis that you have more, or, would recommend that we interpret cautiously, given trends in prices, trends in outages, trends in you name it, maintenance costs that are going to end up also really substantively shifting that balance of costs and benefits here in the city.
Yeah, so you bring up an important point there about just the trends long term, and when we're looking at this assessment, we're considering it over the investment lifetime. Currently, at this stage of the analysis, we haven't incorporated or determined what those trends specifically might be for the value of resilience. I would only say that, there's a lot of uncertainty when it comes to the projected trends in potential hazards or other utility characteristics that influence the cost that a customer assigns to an avoided outage. And so that would be, I think, a significant source of underlying uncertainty to really assign a trend to it, other than, potentially saying that, with increasing climate-related hazards, those costs could potentially increase.
I mean, I think it's important to apply it to this, but also the previous analysis, right? Of like, what's the direction that the grid is going in terms of prices and price, price spread from hour to hour and month to month.
And Fernando, my guess would be that we have a little bit more of there's still quite a bit of uncertainty, but we have a little bit more of a picture of what we expect will happen in coming years to supply costs, because we have some level of projections about what generation is going to be built, what transmission is going to be built, and how you can model how that's going to affect prices over time. Am I right there?
Correct. Yeah, that's an accurate statement.
Yeah, so we have a little bit of a better idea than, say, how outage damages will increase as the climate changes. We probably have a little bit of a better picture on what's going to happen with the grid, but in both cases, there's an uncertainty there. We do our best to model that in as best we can, but yes, we can't capture all of it, and we need to note what we're not capturing.
Great, but generally, I think this is a helpful discussion. I just want to be clear that we're documenting both uncertainties in the present model, but also, the additional uncertainty posed by the fact that this isn't a roadmap that we're going to follow for 30 years without going back and revisiting it. And so,
Yeah, I actually meant to say thank you for raising that specifically as a point, because we're not intending the cost benefit or the quantitative results to be completely dispositive. That the decision has to be completely aligned to that.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's my only input. Thank you.
No,
Okay. Are you?
I did have a quick question. You had asked for your feedback on qualitative benefits. Do you want a discussion on qualitative benefits now, or is it just that we're going to consider qualitative benefits as part of this moving forward?
Well, that's work that probably isn't far enough along, really far enough along to share tonight, but I don't know, Nathaniel, is there anything that you want to share on that front? And certainly, commissioners, if there's anything related to qualitative benefits that you want to make sure is on our radar, we would really be interested to hear that tonight. But Nathaniel, why don't you see if there's anything that you want to share on the qualitative side?
Yeah, and I might direct that question to Julian to see if you want to add anything there, because I know that's one piece that you've been driving on this portion of the study too.
Yeah, and I do wonder if that's a question better addressed the next time that we come back, Jonathan.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But yeah, if there's anything you want us to take into account, please do add
On
it,
this point, though,
commissioners.
qualitative benefits, before we leave it, what is a qualitative benefit? Like what are you looking for?
I mean, just off the top of my head, I could think of some qualitative benefits for example, security, safety, peace of mind.
For the citizens and residents and community. Okay.
Right, that's how I took the term,
you.
and I'm not sure if that's how we're all applying it, but that's how I took it.
Then are we on the same page with qualitative benefits?
Well, I can add that there are those psychological and emotional benefits. There are also more difficult to quantify benefits around things like people with medical issues who may have a much higher value of resiliency specifically. And so you may want to consider having programs that are specifically focused on people with those conditions. So that's only just one example, but
I mean, the ability to take a shower,
yeah,
if you don't have electricity.
Comfort.
The ability to flush your toilet.
I'm sorry, but just, Jonathan, so what's a framework? What's a process for even thinking about these questions that Seth is asking? How do you think about psychological and safety? What should we expect next time we talk about this?
Yeah, I think we're probably going to be focused on slightly more concrete needs within the community that we can articulate. But I think the psychological component I think factors in when you all are considering the community's needs when you're looking at these programs. I think to the extent that there is, that you're seeing a need to reassure the community, that might be something you're taking into, a community that's electrifying, that might be something that you're taking into account in your decision-making process. It also might not be.
Okay, thank you.
So I think you've raised it. It's just hard to factor in the report, most likely.
Commissioner Croft.
Thank you.
And broadly, the qualitative benefits are the ones that we really can't put a dollar value to, but we really want to recognize. And it could be around the community resilience benefits. There's a lot of these. I think we have more information when we come back the next time and how we want to frame this.
Can I go ahead? Okay. I kind of wanted to ask, continuing on the avoided outage calculation, some of the discussion made me think about, the scope of the technology we're considering. So for example, there might be an outage that comes from PG&E line that affects the whole city, or, most of our outages, I believe, are local within our own system. And so some technologies on this list would kick in the instance that the PG&E line is down. Other technologies, and some of those wouldn't help at all for the local person that's missing if a transformer blows and there's an outage in their small area, for example. And then we have things like, I hadn't really thought about it when it was on here, but we have vehicle to home, right? That's only really going to help someone in their home. They might not have a vehicle that has a battery. So how do those things, the locality of the outage and the ability of the technology to address that outage, given where the outage came from, how does that go into the avoided outage calculation?
Can we go to slide 5 while we talk about this? Because we were very specifically focused on just a few technologies: solar and storage, vehicle to home, vehicle to grid, and thermal storage for resiliency. And Nathaniel, when you're looking at that model, how do you integrate maybe we'll come back to the locality question in a minute, but how do you factor in the characteristics of that technology when you're valuing the reliability benefits using the ICE model?
Yeah, so it's depending on the technology, it really, as we build the different program designs, it depends on, its integration to the grid. So for vehicle to grid, if, for example, an outage occurs and they revert to, or in this case, maybe a vehicle to home setup, a transformer blows or something, and their vehicle takes over and can run their power for their home. That is a context in which we would assign those costs, but also at this point, we can't estimate what it looks like at a local level, particularly because as we design the program, we're making assumptions on adoption rates here. For example, for vehicle to home, like we're making assumptions on how many people might actually be able to use that technology. And so there's a lot of variables at play there in terms of where it's located within the Palo Alto distribution system. And so we kind of have to take a wide view on what that might look like for a generic type of home.
Nathaniel, can I take a run at this? So
yeah,
splitting the locality and the analytical pieces of it. So let's start with the question about locality. You have 4 technologies here, and each of them, if electricity is lost, are going to provide some form of benefit for some number of hours, which will vary depending on your load. And those are benefits that'll apply regardless of whether it's a transmission outage, whether it's a distribution outage, whether it's a your contractor walked into your yard and was, doing some landscaping and God forbid, cut through your underground, electric line. And in all of those cases, these technologies will help that person. So I think I don't think locality factors into it necessarily. And Nathaniel, I think what I heard you say earlier was you're looking at when you're talking about the value of these technologies in reducing customer damages during an outage, you're looking at the number of hours that technology can support, critical loads, and the surveyed losses associated with that you would be suffering if you didn't have that technology. And that ends up being the value of the technology with respect to outage damage avoidance. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Does
Maybe
one
to
thing to add-
simplify my question,
Okay.
I had assumed that some of these things were utility scale. Are all of these residential scale?
These are all meant to be residential scale. This is
Okay.
not a utility
I had
scale.
thought of solar and storage as microgrid plus storage or
Gotcha.
utility. Yeah, and okay.
That's what we're trying to learn a little bit more about with the microgrid study, is that utility scale.
So are you saying that 85% of our load is commercial, but these are only going to affect the residential? And
No.
so, no.
Most of these technologies are applicable in both contexts. I would say vehicle to home, you're not going to run a business off your electric vehicles, but solar and storage can be scaled up to a commercial scale. Demand response, time of use rates, thermal storage.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
just said
no, they can be used at multiple scales.
Yeah, well, could we go to page 13 of the presentation? Back at page 39,
Slide 13.
slide 13, yeah. Okay, well, I think the short answer is no. It doesn't reflect what I would like to see in this analysis. And if we go to the definition of resilience on page 13, preparing for, absorbing, adapting to, and recovering from low probability, high consequence disruptive events. And then the bullet below, duration, hours, days, and months. And then if we go to slide 15, it says this study is only addressing the short duration events. So in my view, the analysis is too business as usual. It needs to address resilience longer than 24 hours, and particularly when things are not going swell. I think that's really important. Secondly, I think the study is currently constituted only considers financial benefits. And we talked about qualitative benefits, but I think there are quantitative benefits that also are important. Actually, I reviewed some of the Bureau-Happold's C40 studies on clean construction, and I was pretty impressed with those. And so I was kind of disappointed with this structure because those studies were quantitative and yet they addressed both financial as well as sustainability kind of impacts. Whereas this study is just financial, and there are other quantitative impacts like emergency preparedness, reducing death and injury, impacts on sustainability, impacts on CO2 emissions, all that stuff. So I think that's a gap, even on the quantitative side, skipping qualitative. So therefore, what I think needs to be done is to evaluate resilience using scenarios, because an emergency, God forbid, an earthquake, something like that with days or weeks of interruption is a very different situation from an hour or 5 minutes or even a day. And so I think each of those needs to be evaluated using a scenario kind of approach, starting with, a case being business as usual, speed bumps where there's a normal, shall we call it normal kind of interruption for minutes or hours, and some real disruptive interruption. I think each of those needs to be addressed and needs to be looked at separately. And I think in the extreme case, on the, real emergencies, that the analysis needs to be coordinated with the Office of Emergency Services, which has defined what, they see as design emergencies, the kinds of things that we really need to be prepared for. And I think it's really important that CPAU and the city coordinate with its own Office of Emergency Services in terms of what we define as an emergency and how we prepare for it. Commissioner Gupta and I have had some discussions with Ken Duker and some of his folks at OES, and they have very strong and well-informed opinions about what emergencies we should be preparing for. And I don't see those reflected here. And I think they should be. The one technology footnote I would suggest is the second tether to the grid, to the transmission grid. Maybe that's not a technology, but certainly we have one connection to the California transmission grid. And there's been, for years, we've explored adding a second connection. And
2 lines from the north we have, and maybe 1 line might from the south. Is that what you're?
Right now,
referring to?
there's one, and we've explored different approaches for finding a second one. And it's difficult, but it's important too, since we have had a disruption as a result of having a single tether. So
The airplane?
yeah. So anyway, that's I think perhaps they're minority, but I think this need to be strengthened in the way I've described in considering longer term, more severe events.
So I hear you, and I think it would be really important for us to know that that this is the direction that we're trying to go right now, because the analysis that needs to be done for multi-week outages is enormous and starts getting into, econometric modeling that is beyond the scope of what we've contracted with our consultant for.
I don't support it.
Yeah.
What don't you support?
I don't support spending the money going forward on a multi-week outage if that's not in the current contract right now. I think we should get this done, and we can come back at a later stage and decide if that's worth the money. I mean, obviously you'd like to have the information, but I think this would, and look, if I'm wrong, this staff should speak up. But what I'm hearing is that this would upend the current study, because what I heard right out, that was the first question I asked. Is this a short outage study or is this a long outage study? They said it's a short outage study, and that's what we've contracted for. And what you're suggesting would upend what we're doing, because it would create, you'd have to recontract it. You'd have to then get a new scope of work. You'd probably have to rebid it. You'd have to get money from council.
I think you also have to look at other alternatives, like building
Right.
another line.
Right. Well,
So, and I know that staff, and maybe I have a little more information. I know that staff is working hard on looking at the other line stuff. And I know we've looked at it we've probably looked at it for 30 years, but I know we've looked at it since 2010 really hard. So that part of it, I don't think should be part of the study. We can figure out how to do the other line.
right. I think
We're going to do the other line.
perhaps it's a separate study, but I don't think it's an econometric model, because I don't think thinking about, like, for example, an earthquake with a, multi-week disruption is something where, some financial economics model is going to tell us what happens. We're going to have much bigger fish to fry in that situation. And I think it's more looking at it in the way that emergency services people look at it. The OES folks have their own model, which they call assets at risk, for looking at those kinds of situations. And I think that it's more of that kind of, you can't just take a.
I don't think you're wrong. I just think they're separate studies.
Can I
will be.
add something that may help a little bit? So while we aren't trying to do a cost benefit on a multi-week outage in this contract, we are conscious of the fact that people will be wanting to prepare for a multi-week outage. And so part of what we're going to try and do in this study is explain what somebody needs to do in an electrified home, for example, or a mixed fuel home to be able to last through a certain outage duration during a major event. We're not going to factor that into a cost benefit analysis, but we want to address that a little bit.
I think you're raising a really important point, a reason why considering more severe events is important, because I think for short duration events, the kind of technologies we're talking about, the economic value is really not going to be that great. You know, if you want to save money on studies, you know, I think we could probably agree to that. On a short duration, where they have value is in providing resilience in things that we're really not prepared for.
Question.
Like someone talked about, you know, with vehicle to grid, right? If your electricity goes out, you know, that you can power your house or part a small fraction of it.
Yeah, so I think our goal in providing that sort of information then is that it'll allow you to take it into account as a qualitative factor that may weigh in addition to the quantified supply cost, distribution cost, and short-term outage cost benefits. So that may be how you end up being able to factor it into this this discussion.
Question for Greg or Chair Scharf. So this contract and scope of work is short-term or short duration outage, not long. But when this scope of work is just one consultant, I believe, my question is, does the whole RRSP, this plan that we're talking about, will it include in some other study or scope of work, will it include discussion about longer duration outage, or is it just out of the scope of RRSP?
I think that's a question for staff. I mean, I assume that staff would then go to council, probably put it on consent would probably put it on consent or something like that. Do you want to do a study on this? And, you know, that's how that would happen.
Yeah, but I think it's a fair question. Is it actually written into the RRSP? And yes, but not in a not to do a cost benefit.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So the idea is we do want to talk about these issues. For example, we think about them in the context of the microgrid. We'll be talking about that with the next item. But it's not a primary focus of the Reliability and Resiliency Strategic Plan. There's some discussion of it, but it's not a primary focus.
I assume we should think about this whole thing, this RRSP, as we or staff is in the process of producing a plan. It's a process, of course, but a plan. And that plan, it'd be a little embarrassing to introduce the CPAU RRSP, and it doesn't talk about a multi-day earthquake, heaven forbid, plan. Whether it does cost benefit, of course, that may not make sense. I just hope that if it's not in this particular consultant and SOW, that it is going to be somewhere in the process that would otherwise be glaringly absent, conspicuously absent. Okay.
And I think this is a fair point that the commission is bringing up. And I think when we think about what we've talked about what's the A in UAC, this is helpful feedback, frankly. And I think it's a fair call out that we define resilience in here as those low probability, and we're calling our plan reliability and resilience, but we're also then a few points later saying, but we're not going to study that definition of it. So I think that's fair in terms of feedback to us as an area that's a gap. I don't have the answer today in terms of how we close that, but let us take that feedback as staff from the commission and kind of think through how we might help channel that and make sure that that voice is heard. Because I see the gap between the use of the word, the definition of the word, and then what ultimately the strategic plan is intended to deal with.
No, I think that's a really good point, Commissioner.
It goes back to that thing that you put a pin in, Jonathan, when I asked, like, what are examples? Is it like the earthquake is days and weeks, months. The airplane is days, perhaps. The hotspot in a particular neighborhood with a transformer or substation failing, that's a different scenario. And so I would just think if you lined up big, small, medium kind of resiliency threats, that might help concentrate the mind.
Just anecdotally, because you reminded me, I was here in the '89 earthquake, and I remember coming home and I saw the power lines sparking on the street, right? I mean, so the power was out and it was literally sparking up and down on the street in front of my house. But I don't remember the outage being more than like a day. I mean, that's my recollection, is that they got it under control really quickly. It was about a day. I remember everyone's giving their ice cream away on the street. I mean, it was, that kind of thing, but it wasn't days.
I mean, I think that's the issue. If you're talking about week-long outages, you're talking about catastrophic events that need to be thought about entirely differently. I mean, you're talking about an earthquake where half the power poles in the city are gone. It's a very different problem. And, so I think, yes, we should think about it.
Let's just have one slide in the deck that.
But I support the fact that we should bound this study the way they have bounded it, and it has value in doing that.
Go ahead.
I have one more. Now that I know that chart of options we're looking at is all on the unit level, whether it's residential or commercial, I guess, is it fair to assume that these short duration outages that we're trying to address are, for the vast majority, within our own system? They're not coming from PG&E, because I guess so I'm wondering whether we should have any utility scale solutions like storage, for example, like, for avoided costs, you can shift the load, take care of our bump, but also have a resiliency element that would take care of a certain number of hours of supply, for example. So I'm just wondering, because usually the utility scale is cheaper than putting a whole bunch of things all over everyone's house. So can you talk a little about that?
Yeah, so the microgrid study is meant to get some exposure with that, but there are more strategies like you were referring to. Alan, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I just, that's, looking at solar and storage and more of a utility scale. I think that has come up in the past. And if you can look at other studies from other agencies have done in terms of some of that cost benefit and scale, it makes more sense if you have that ability to have that large types of solar, say in Palo Alto. But we are constrained in what we currently have, but that will be part of that. Some of that analysis will be helpful as we look at doing more utility scale. I'll channel Dean Batchelor, who talked about challenging staff last year and looking at utility scale solar or storage at some of our substations. Does that make sense to do that? Front of the meter storage, looking at how that could benefit us in terms of resource adequacy, bringing down some of those peaks. So those are part of the infrastructure part, kind of the first phase of the resiliency plan. So we can take a look at that as well in that type of context.
Sorry, so you're saying that is within this plan somewhere, just not in this section, or have we already passed that?
So if you look at the resiliency plan, one of the first stages is looking at infrastructure. It talks about the second transmission line. It talks about upgrading infrastructure, increasing capacity. So there's some embedded reliability that we'll get by increasing our facility size and redundancies in the system and upgrades. So you'll see part of that as we invest in the infrastructure, but I think your point is well taken, looking at not just individual homes. Does it make sense to, consolidate that storage maybe at a substation? Maybe it can serve part of a larger area. So I think that's, as staff and on the engineering side, that will dovetail nicely to what this study is looking at.
I guess I'm not certain how much it would help if almost all the outages are hyperlocal, right?
Yeah, in that case, if you're talking about substation level storage, then locality matters, and where the outage occurs on the feeder, there are some dimensions to it that are important there, which makes it a different analysis and requires engineering time and effort. It's different from this analysis. It's really focused on the individual household.
So the data that we are feeding into this study, does it take into consideration the characteristics of our outages?
Yes, it does. It's based on our outage data.
All right. We're sort of behind on time. Are we ready to move on to the next section?
Jonathan, I had one comment which kind of leads into the next section that might also be
Please.
helpful. So we focused today on the two biggest pieces of the analytical work that's going to feed into this study. But as we're going to build out the program options and the technology options that go with those, there are a broader array of quantitative and qualitative metrics that will tell the whole story of some of the pros and the cons of the various technologies and the programs. So we've really zoomed in on these two analytical pieces, but there is a broader array of quantitative and qualitative benefits we will be looking to assess as we move into the next phase of what Grace is looking at.
You want to lead us into the next part of the study too?
Yeah, so I think with that, I think that's maybe a good setup for you, Grace, to talk about the program research that we've done so far.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Grace Callahan. I'm with AESC as well, working with Burr Happold on this project. I'm going to briefly cover the resilience program research component of this work. The research included a sweep of energy programs across the country with a focus on resilient technologies like battery storage, vehicle to home, enabling technologies, and resilience hubs, some of the other things that we've mentioned today. If you go to the next slide. We spent most of the time so far researching California programs to ensure that the review included a good representation of what's happening in California. And that's what you see on this slide here. This is just a snapshot of the total programs cataloged during the research. For each program, pilot, or policy, we identified several characteristics, including what type of utility was implementing the program. As you can see on this slide, the utilities were categorized by publicly owned utilities, community choice aggregators, or investor-owned utilities within the California subset. And in the context of this research specifically, we're calling pilot, it's defined more as a program or project that has a limited duration or budget and is intended mostly to demonstrate a program or technology concept. Programs include offerings that provide a financial incentive, service, or product to customers and are recurring or considered part of a standard offering from the funder. And then that last policies category encompasses policies or like rate plans that increase access to enabling technologies like time of use rates, structures for EV owners, or enabling the installation of a meter socket adapter, things like that. So you'll notice that the most common offering types are battery storage programs and EV time of use rate structures across all of them. Solar plus storage, managed EV charging, and resilience hub programs were also found across the state. I also flagged programs with the DAC component or disadvantaged community component. For example, this might include higher incentive rates for low-income customers or for customers that reside in a DAC designated area. The table on the right side of the slide includes a summary of this data for utilities that we categorized as peers to Palo Alto. So those are smaller publicly owned utilities in California. And Palo Alto peers seem to be experimenting with a variety of resilience-related programs, but the most common for this group was also battery programs. Only 2 of the programs within that subset had programs that had that DAC or disadvantaged community component. And we'll be using this research to inform the program design component of this study to draw on all of this research to think about what makes the most sense for Palo Alto. And go to the next slide.
So, we really just wanted to give you a snapshot of where we were with the survey, with the program survey, and I think what you're getting here is both the types of technologies that that we're seeing out there that people are running programs on, and you're getting numbers of programs. I think what we haven't done there is compared it to the number of organizations surveyed. So, that's it. You can just take those as straight counts as opposed to a percentage of utilities that are running this type XYZ type of program. But in terms of the technologies that you're seeing out there, I guess my question to you is whether this prompts any comments or questions or priorities that you want to make sure we're looking at as we start to build out a list of potential programs for Palo Alto. And let's go back to the previous slide.
One suggestion I would make is to look at Hawaiian experience.
Hawaii?
Yeah, they have since most of these are local generation technologies, they have the most experience that I know about of anywhere, just out of necessity with those kinds of issues.
All right, should we move on?
I had a comment on that. It'll probably take me some more time to study this and get back to you on any additional programs or technology types. I was wondering if we could get this as a list of actual programs, so I could see if there's any additions that we might want to look at.
You'd like us to email you the data behind, or the list of programs that's behind this this summary.
That's correct.
I'm not sure I see an issue with that, but yeah, let us get back to you on that.
Thank you.
I'll simply say that with regard to this one slide on the screen right now, I personally am at least as much, probably way more interested in what you, with the support of the consultants, think are the effective things that are being deployed across the state. It's nice to know what's popular, but what's working is more important.
Yeah, that's very reasonable. And I think one thing we're going to be looking at here is the extent to which some of these programs are deployed for very specific circumstances, like being deployed to deal with issues faced by, I'm trying to remember the terminology they use, but communities that are in that, that face public safety power shutoffs that are more on the wildland divide, or whatever the terminology is for it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there are many facets that will make
the wildfire urban interface.
Yeah, or whatever that. There are a lot of different aspects that you'll want to consider as to what's relevant for Palo Alto, but whatever they are, what's important in all that data is what's really working, not what's popular.
Yes.
I do. That would bring us to the microgrid, right? That's the next. I have a quick question. I just want to do a quick, who would like to take the 10-minute break, and who would like to continue to push forward? Break? Maybe we could take a shorter break, like let's try 5 minutes.
Okay, can I say thanks to the Bureau Happold team, appreciate your time tonight, and we'll move on. We'll let you folks go and move on to the microgrid section.
Good night.
Thanks. UAC meeting back to order. Take us away on airport microgrids, which is item number 2B.
Okay. So, so 2B is the Burns-McDonnell microgrid study. And what happened here is the airport initiated a study, the airport staff initiated a study that Burns-McDonnell is actually a airport consultant. And their primary focus has been, so the airport has a sustainability plan. And one of the questions is, can we put a bunch of solar and storage at the airport? There's a lot of space there. And so the focus of the study was how much can you fit? And there, obviously, with an airport, there are all kinds of issues that come up around putting equipment out in a place where planes are landing, particularly around things like glare. And so the FAA, or so the Burns-McDonnell is doing this whole study with the airport team about, they're doing glare studies and they're developing the sorts of plans and layouts that you have to develop to file with the FAA to allow you to eventually build that solar if you want to. And so that's the primary focus of this study. But Burns-McDonnell happens to also have an excellent microgrid practice. And so we saw this as an opportunity to be able to evaluate a few different potential microgrid scenarios in a context with city-owned facilities that were stable and not necessarily under development, and use the learnings that we get from this study to help us evaluate future opportunities. And when I'm talking about future opportunities, you know, we have Coverly that's under development. You know, people have raised the idea of a microgrid in that context. And then there are other city facilities that, you know, could conceivably be considered. You know, sometimes there are private companies that are interested in talking to us about, you know, how to put a microgrid on their development or on their facility. So we have some learning. It's a whole separate topic, and this was a good platform to learn whether or not we move forward with any of these three scenarios. Next slide, please. So here you can see the three scenarios we're modeling, and the scenario description is in the critical loads column on the left. So the first scenario we're looking at is a microgrid just for the airport's electric loads. The airport can accommodate far more solar and storage than is needed just for its own loads. So this is a pretty easy one. So then we're also looking at another scenario where we connect the regional water quality control plant, which is right next to the airport. It might not feel that close if you're driving from place to place, but the edge of the airport is very close to the edge of the, you know, the edge of the airport property is very close to the edge of the water quality control plant property. So it's a good place to get a little bit of experience on how you interconnect across multiple parcels, which is a neighborhood microgrid concept. And the idea there would be that you use the airport solar to reduce diesel use by the plant's backup generators in an outage, allowing for them to be able to operate in a more extended way. And then the last scenario we're looking at is a charging hub at the airport. So you'd want to have a charging hub that could be used, you know, day to day, but then during an outage could be used for various purposes like charging city vehicles. You could charge large backup power trailers to deploy to different places in the city, or to have residents charge their vehicles there and go back and power their homes using vehicle-to-home technology. So those are the three scenarios. And then across the top, you see outage type 1, outage type 2, outage type 3. And so we're modeling each scenario under both summer conditions and winter conditions. Winter because there's less solar generation, so you can power less load or power it for a shorter time. And then we have capacity in the contract to model a third scenario, which we're expecting we want to model the first two scenarios first, the first two outage types first, and then decide on what that third outage type is going to be. But we're anticipating it'll be a longer term outage. at least a week. So we're looking for your feedback on these scenarios. We want to know if you agree that these will advance our understanding of microgrids enough to evaluate future opportunities. We do think it covers a very reasonable range of scenarios, but would love to get your feedback on that. And that's all I have.
What is the output is the question. So we have the microgrid, these outages happen, and we presumably simulate that or figure out, and what do we learn?
Yeah, the output is how much equipment do you need to manage an outage that lasts as long as is designated in the outage type column?
So this is
During
sizing,
that season.
this is sizing
It's
the
a sizing
microgrid
analysis.
facility. So each of these will have, okay, to do the airport, and will it be 3 different sizes or 9 different sizes? In other words, will there be different
9
sizes?
different sizes.
9 different sizes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Jonathan, can I just ask a quick question about whether, I mean, I understand that this is a reliability and resiliency study, but it does strike me that most of the benefit from these is going to be accrued on a daily basis, like on a, quite
Yes.
frankly, like a, right, like a lower electricity cost for your regional water quality control plant, which I assure you would be very beneficial. So how are you accounting for those other benefits? And yeah, I guess I'm confused about the
Yeah.
focus on reliability for a microgrid.
No, this is helpful. So it's both sizing and cost. And so the benefits associated with that you can get from the microgrid on a day-to-day basis factor into how much that microgrid costs you to own and operate. And so that is a part of the study.
Okay, so just to clarify, you're both looking at the daily operation of these battery microgrids,
Yep.
as well as the resiliency and reliability impacts or
Yes.
benefits. Okay.
Yes.
I think maybe being a bit more clear about the fact that you're looking at both and maybe, choosing a size that balances both is important.
Thank you.
I have some very strong opinions on the how to do the analysis related to the regional water quality control plant integration that I would be happy to share with you offline.
Be very interested in that. Thank you.
Can you just talk about a square for me? And so outage type 1, critical load type 2, airport plus regional water control plant. What is this? This is a September outage of 3 days at the airport plus 6 hours at the water control plant, or is it either or? Like, what is
Both. The combination of the two.
the combination of the two? Okay.
In September, you got it.
And why would you, well, I guess why would you have different durations
They're bookends.
at the same time?
Oh, because the water quality control plant has such an enormous load that you're only gonna be able to run it for a few hours. And then you're gonna have to switch over to the diesel generators in that scenario.
So why would you have that energy left for the airport, I suppose, to operate for an additional 2 days plus 18 hours? Am I reading this wrong? So you basically would have 6 hours at the water
Right.
control plant. How would you have anything left for the airport if they were both happening at the same time?
So there's gonna have to be a prioritization of energy use and, essentially switching the plant over to diesel at a certain point to be able to preserve enough energy for the airport to run for the rest of the time.
And does the airport not have diesel, or we're basically saying the airport
The
needs
airport,
3 days?
I believe the airport, I can't say whether or not the airport has diesel right now. But I can't say whether the airport has diesel right now and whether this would replace diesel or whether they have diesel generators to go for a longer period. But this would enable them to go for 3 days without having to use any fuel if they do have diesel.
Yeah, it doesn't seem obvious why it's in the same scenario block and one of them's 3 hours and one's 6 hours. I guess just,
I hear you.
asking me to tell you whether it makes sense. I'm not really sure.
And why September, December? Why those months?
Well, so the September, December is about the solar output.
Okay. So I assume we have weak solar output in September, December?
Strongest solar output in September, weakest in December.
Okay.
Yep.
That's why you do the two different ones.
Yeah.
Is the water control plant an ideal prospect or candidate for a microgrid? I mean, it would seem great to deploy something that lets us prove and learn, but also save money for a city fixture. So I don't know, Megan seemed to have a strong view on this. Is the water control plant the ideal place to try this?
So
Help ourselves.
So it's the easiest and most straightforward place to do this analysis and gain experience with some of the barriers that we might face in dealing with other city facilities, like Coverley, for example, where that has been coming up. Yeah, so I mean, and this is whether or not we actually implement it. The analysis helps us gain experience internally regardless.
So that's what I wanted to ask. You're going to do this study, and the study is going to show that it costs a certain amount of money to put this in, right? And then you're going to look at the financial benefits of running it. I would assume that we're going to use all the energy that we could at the water control plant. I mean, if it's only 6 hours, I'm assuming that it would save the control plant a ton of money, right? It costs the utility money because the utility is not charging the control plant. The control plant has partners that are non-Palo Alto. So are we looking at it and saying, what's best for Palo Alto here as well? Or are we just basically viewing it as a wash? Because, you know, not everything, it's a regional plant. So, and, you know, if we have less load in our utility and we're not using electricity, then I'm assuming there's a financial negative. I might be wrong. But are you going to analyze it that way for us as well? That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, there are two ways to lay it out. You can either lay it out as a behind the meter system. I don't think that that's as common with something that crosses parcels like this. The other way you can lay it out, and we've done both models, is as a utility PPA. And I think that's probably more appropriate for something that crosses parcels like this.
So the utility,
and so you have less of that concern that you're raising. You just have the ability to use that system during an outage, and otherwise it's being operated for the benefit of the entire community.
So is it the case that we have budget to just to do one of these scenarios? I'm assuming we have the budget to do a study, to go to a partner or customer and say, we want to do a microgrid for you and put it in there. Is that what we're contemplating here?
Yeah, well, what you do in that scenario is you'd be using this to fulfill part of the city's energy portfolio. And
Well,
we have actually
we have a budget?
done that through the.
Wait, they're not partners really. No, I mean, these are enterprise funds of the city.
Okay, so city wants to use some of its enterprise funds to test a microgrid. Is that true?
But for an enterprise fund. So the airport, for instance, is an enterprise fund of the city of Palo Alto.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's accounting back and forth that'll take place between the city, if we spend the money, and the airport, I assume. But I don't know, maybe the utility pays for it to start with, or, you know, whatever. But I don't think the funds are actually that different.
So I think,
funds aren't what?
sorry. So I think that the study is looking at a city facility, the city airport, the water pollution control plant, which is owned by the city, but has partners obviously with other entities. So we're looking at the study itself. From the study will come some of the financials behind it. As Jonathan was mentioning, do we look at a solar in terms of a power purchase agreement? Do we look at battery in front of the meter storage? or behind the meter storage. So there's options and opportunities that will come from the study, and the outputs of that will help us make a determination on next steps.
Is
And
there
then
a
cost
budget
sharing.
for the study to go spend, I don't know, 6 figures on battery deployment?
Well, it feels like you're saying two different things. You ask if there's a budget for the study, and then you're asking, is there a budget to build the thing? I guess
Yeah.
which question are you asking?
I don't know, I thought, well, I guess you can do a study on your laptop, I assume study means a pilot, like take.
Now I understand the distinction. No, this is just a budget for
Oh, just a hypothetical.
just analysis.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you were to actually,
I see, I'm
and then
sorry.
from there, you decide whether you wanted to actually move
Okay, so
forward
it's-
with a physical system. And we have done both sorts of systems. We've
Got it, I misunderstood.
Okay.
I had a question pertaining to the feedback solicited. Are we also studying microgrids for residences? Or is this study just limited to the airport and regional water quality control plan? And is the objective of that then to apply to microgrids generally, or just to these kind of specific industrial or enterprise type functions?
So I think this is starting with the simplest type of large scale industrial microgrid. As a starting point, I think getting down to a residential neighborhood scale microgrid is probably the most complex thing that we could look at. I think probably an intermediate step is looking at other city facilities, particularly contained within a single parcel. That's where that's where you have a sort of intermediate level microgrid analysis that you can do. And we haven't had a city facility that was sort of in a position, where we had some certainty about where it was headed that would be appropriate for a microgrid study right now. This just happened to be the opportunity that suggested itself to us, but there will be others coming up. And I think Coverly's probably the most likely coming soon.
Thank you.
Is there any merit to, why do a study? Why not just do the thing? Haven't there been microgrids deployed in commercial settings, on corporate campuses, in residential settings, in municipal settings? I would think if we want to do a study, we can talk to any of a zillion people who built microgrids. Don't we need to just get on with it and start deploying some microgrids?
Well, I don't think we've ever done a cost benefit on microgrids in Palo Alto. And Palo Alto has a different set of costs and benefits than any other location. Most of the microgrids that you see being deployed in California are in this wildland urban interface where they're subject to public safety power shutoffs, and being able to run critical facilities when people, the whole community is out of power, it's really important. The other place you see microgrids is on campuses, where they're running their own cogeneration. So Palo Alto, like running it in a suburban context like this, is actually really different from what's been deployed out there. And then Palo Alto has its own costs profile that's different because we have different rates, different a different demographic, a different city. Our profile is just going to differ from other locations.
So kind of a naive question maybe, but this is a solar and battery microgrid?
Yes.
And the question about like December, is that just recognizing that that's a time when there might not be any solar?
Yes, September's peak solar, December's lowest solar. And so, when you run the outage, if you're trying to be able to run these operations in December, you're going to need a lot more solar than if you're trying to, than if you're willing to let them just, go offline or go on to diesel during those periods.
So is the idea that the economics are mostly going to be driven by the resiliency effect here rather than, the baseline economics would just be, we're going to build it, it's going to displace other generated, there's probably going to be a surplus at times, which we can potentially sell back to the city. And it's a question configuring the solar battery configuration. But you're saying that's not Yet it's not like, and then, okay, there's outages and it'll have this additional benefit given these kind of outages. But you're saying, no, this is driven by the resiliency, is that?
No, I
what
don't think
hearing?
I'm necessarily saying that. I think you're right, that most of the economic value of it is related to the day-to-day operation, and then the resiliency drives the
Okay,
configuration.
that would have been my intuition, so.
Yeah.
So
no,
I
you're
think
right.
that's what's confusing about this, if you want feedback, is that the resiliency portion of this seems to be a minor portion in my head. And yet we're making it here, it looks like it's the major portion. Because all the economics, I agree with you, are all driven. Does this make sense if you didn't have a resiliency aspect to it? If it doesn't make sense without a resiliency aspect, we probably shouldn't be doing it. And the resiliency aspect is just a cherry on top. How's that for a metaphor?
I mean,
We can be
partly
clear
because I'm
about that.
presuming that the water quality facility has substantial backup generation to begin with. So you're partly saying we can do that for a while and then they have to turn their diesel on. I don't know what the airport has, but I presume they have something too. So it may not be doing much to increase overall resiliency.
Well, and that's the issue with all backup power, all microgrids at the end of the day. They are comparable to a diesel. I mean, what you're displacing is a diesel generator. And so what is that incremental value of having all that solar and storage? I mean, you have to have other economic values to it. And qualitatively, the value is displacing diesel fuel that can become scarce during a major outage and being able to run certain critical loads for a longer period. And so some of this is to get a sense of how much of that you can do, because that's one of the values that I think when we hear people talk about microgrids in Palo Alto, there's a perception that this solar and storage resiliency capability has a really strong value. And so this is partially, I think, what we're investigating here. And I think what you're surfacing is that, yeah, there are these other economic values that and costs that can really outweigh the resiliency benefit, and that the resiliency benefit is really just about displacing generators.
Great. No, I'm glad to hear that. I look forward to a very clear report which lays out the benefits, both from the
Thank you.
standard economics without the resiliency and with the added resiliency benefits. So the sundae and the cherry on top.
So
Shiva shared with me that the airport has no backup generation right now.
Is that correct? There's no backup generation at the airport.
That's what I'm told.
I was going to say, if I'm giving feedback on this, to me, it seems like, okay, I agree that the value is primarily having this locally generated power and storage. However, if we're looking and giving feedback just for the resiliency component, I kind of think through what on here is mission critical. And to me, knowing we have the backup generator at the water plant, the vehicles per day almost seems like this is going to be this precious energy that we have in the case of an outage, and what do we want to use it for? And like city vehicles, seems like if we're really converting city to electric vehicles, I mean, that may be more important to me than putting it in the water control plant. And I don't know how mission critical the airport is. My impression wasn't that we're doing a lot of emergency stuff out of the airport, like Stanford doing level 3 helicopters coming in for trauma center. I don't get the feeling that the airport is that mission critical. So I guess if I were thinking about resiliency, I would want to say, okay, if we have that battery, we have that solar plus battery, what are the most important things we could use it for from a resiliency component? I know you're thinking proximity to the airport, but the vehicles seem important, and nothing else comes to mind right now that's the absolute critical other things, but those are the types of things I'd want to see that value was added from this, precious power generation.
Thanks. That's really helpful.
anyone else? So I wanted to say one other thing on resiliency. This is a microgrid. I'd like you to think about how much more cost effective it is on charging stations to just basically have the solar and not the battery part of it. And if you need, because then people can charge. In an emergency, you'll be able to charge when the sun's going, whereas the battery is the expensive component. At least that's my belief, that the solar panels are cheap. I mean, I could be wrong. And so therefore the question is, do you gain that much by making it a microgrid with the storage? Because you don't need to charge cars 24 hours a day. At least that's my sense, and you could probably put them throughout the city if you really want to do charging. There's probably more places where you could just have a solar panel that runs those chargers. I mean, for instance, we have all those solar panels on the garages. I mean, if you really wanted, you could start installing chargers and for emergency chargers, basically. I mean, and do that, and you'd have a ton of solar power just doing that if you really wanted to have large scale charging of cars in Palo Alto. So I just would ask you to think through what is the most cost effective and will help people the most. Like if we have an outage and people need to charge their cars, how are we going to do a citywide charging? How's that going to work? And I think that's a different question than this. So
yeah, but that's really interesting.
I think,
and that might be something that you could ask in scenario 3,
So the other thing I think that staff does, and I don't fault you for this, but I want to throw it out there since the advise, I like that, which we will give Commissioner Tucker the benefit of the advise in UAC, is that when you say there's a community perception, if the community perception is wrong, I really think it's important for staff to say to both council, the UAC, that we are the technical experts here and the community perception is wrong. And we can look at it for this, but it is obviously wrong for these reasons. Or we think it's wrong and this study may show and will likely show that the community perception is wrong. And it's wrong for, we believe it'll be wrong, or we'll show that it's wrong. But I often think staff's a little weak on saying, no, that's not right. And you guys know it's not right. And if I asked you individually, you would tell me it's not right. But we don't say it publicly. We wait till we spend money on it and we go through it and we have a lot of discussion about it. Whereas I think it might be a little better to be a little firmer. And, I mean, other people may disagree, but at least that I wanted to give that perspective.
What we're debating or what you're referring to, it's, if I heard you right, Jonathan, is there's a notion that solar and storage, there's a community perception that solar and storage is effective and we need to push harder and deploy it more. And it may not be right.
Well,
Is that the
resilience
debate?
as opposed to creating energy, right? For purely resilience purposes.
I'm not sure. I guess you made the statement. What is there a perception gap?
I wouldn't say that the whole community has this perception. I'm just saying that we periodically hear.
You hear calls for this.
We hear advocacy for microgrids
for the purpose of resilience,
under the assumption that they are unambiguous, cost benefit positive. And I think we're trying to get a handle on that through this study a little bit better, to understand when that perception may be true and when it may not be, and what the qualitative dimensions might be that make it work in one location as opposed to possibly not in another. And I think this study will be helpful in helping us start to get our arms around that and be able to address more confidently some of those assertions.
So it is not presently the position of the staff of the utility, nor maybe of the council, that we want to push into microgrids, or is it?
I don't think we have a position on that one way or the other. That's what we're exploring.
CPAU does not have a position or a strategy or a commitment to go microgrids.
I mean, I'll turn to my utility colleagues here.
So our focus as a utility is to provide energy and services to all customers, right? As you have seen in other areas, microgrids typically are discussed in areas that are on that wildland urban interface and have a higher frequency or concern about energy supply. So I think that's a fair comment to state. As we look at the potential uses of cleaner energy and storage, are there opportunities to look at locations strategically for maybe resiliency hubs, like potentially Coverly, looking at places where as the community electrifies, there are areas outside of their homes that they can go to charge their vehicles, whether that be through a combination, as Chair Scharf mentioned, of solar and storage. What do those options look like? And I think that's one of the options we're pursuing here. And as Jonathan has mentioned, you know, in the past, the airport and potentially looking at the water quality control plant or a combination of EV charging is something that has been brought up, and we're trying to get some feedback from the UAC. Is this something we should study? Now, Palo Alto does not live in a vacuum. There are airports that are smaller ones in Northern California on the coast, in the more rural area, that have done microgrids. So, you know, we can be informed by that, and we'll use that information as part of this study and kind of build upon it, right? But there are unique aspects from Palo Alto that we will have to look at to make sure that that analysis really fits for us.
Yeah. I don't know if we have I don't know if you have a nomenclature or a semantics problem. I mean, maybe if you asked everyone here what a microgrid is, you might get many different answers. I'm not sure, maybe not, but is Stanford Hospital a microgrid? Is Stanford University a microgrid? Or maybe that's too big. If I have a solar and a power wall in my house, am I just a little microgrid? So do we all have a common vocabulary here on what some microgrids are?
Yeah.
And just I would also ask, I guess it's important that the utility, that it be very clear what our position is on microgrids. And I'm assuming if a commercial customer comes to us and says, I mean, we probably have I think we heard last month that we have one or two microgrids that we support, we hook up. Didn't we hear that at the last meeting?
So, I mean, a microgrid at the end of the day is a combination of generation and loads that can run off grid.
Yep.
For some period of time.
So one house can be a microgrid.
One house could be a microgrid. You could, and they can get more or less complicated depending on what you connect.
What's the upper limit? Is Stanford University, is a university campus too big to be called a microgrid?
A campus can be run as a microgrid. Stanford University does not run as a microgrid.
Stanford Shopping Center, Stanford Hospital.
I'm not aware of campuses or large facilities that are being run as microgrids. There may be some homeowners who have gotten to that point. There may be some small commercial buildings that we're not aware of. If a customer comes to us with wanting to do a microgrid, they're able to do the microgrid. We have the rules and regulations and utility connection rules that we need to enable them to set up. There's no position for or against them. They're just choosing to build something, and we connect them the way we connect any other customer.
How many microgrids are there in Palo Alto? Does CPAU need to know that? Do you obviously already know it? I don't even, how many are there?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
Half a dozen or 100 or?
No, it's like one or two if there are microgrids.
So that would not be counting. That would not be counting like the residential home that has solar and storage. Like for residential customers that may have solar and storage and they're able to island, then if by that strong definition or simple definition of a microgrid, they were able to stand alone.
I can think of half a dozen people who have solar inverters, battery, and the option to fall back on the grid. So I guess that's half a dozen right there.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Is it relevant? I guess I'll ask the commission. I mean, is it relevant to even have a shared definition of what a microgrid is, to know what CPAU's policy is towards microgrids? Do we encourage them? Do we subsidize them? Do we want more of them? It sounds like we're
Policy
talking.
right now is neutral.
What's that?
Our policy is neutral and we're exploring.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have a policy, it's neutral.
We'll
I don't believe we subsidize them. I mean, unless you consider individual houses, you subsidize that.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, I think any useful definition really takes out the individual houses that
Okay.
are off the grid,
Yeah.
frankly, personally. I think what we're talking about are things like this, or a group of residential homes if they were to get together and do it, or something like that, as a useful definition.
Or Coverly or something.
Or cover
something like that.
Right,
as
I think
small
that's a
campus.
useful definition.
Something bigger than a
And I think
solar
I think
storage
we're in the
home system.
exploratory phase right now, which is what this is about.
Exploring the question of whether we want to encourage, maybe even subsidize more microgrids, promote the idea. And so these three scenarios, although Chair Sharp pointed out, it might be looking at it, I don't know, it might be looking at it a little bit wrong to focus just on resiliency. There are, we said before, all the other benefits and reasons to do microgrid. I completely agree with that line of thought. But if the question before commission right now is, do we want to go forward on a study? And if so, which one of these on the table? Is that the question before us? There's no vote on this, is there?
There's no vote. I think it's really just feedback. I don't think there's a question on the table.
Yeah.
I think it's more, I thought Commissioner Croft did a great job when said, well, if you look at these three, I think this is more important than that. And I think that's the kind of feedback they were looking
Mm-hmm.
for.
Well, there is a question at the bottom. Will these critical load scenarios provide adequate insight on microgrid costs, benefits, and operational characteristics to inform future consideration of microgrid opportunities? So
And it doesn't specify resilience, by the way. That bullet doesn't say R&R.
Right, clearly these scenarios are resilient related in the table, but I think we're saying we want to hear about the costs and benefits on the operational side as well as these, which are relevant to resilience, right? And that is the plan.
Yes.
So I mean, how do you feel about the things that are in the table that they're considering? Because that's the question really, is the scenarios.
How costly is it to do any of these? My tendency would be to study them all and do it very quickly. But is it expensive to do a study?
So we have the budget to do this study. We're
do just
talking about all three of these scenarios.
Oh.
And I think the question is, are these the right three scenarios? Because what we have in the budget is for three scenarios, three types of outages, so 9 total scenarios.
Got it.
Are these the right types of scenarios? And I think I'm hearing that looking at critical facilities, looking at larger scale microgrids as opposed to networks of individual homes, and looking at how to charge vehicles in an emergency at a high level, those are the sorts of things we want to be looking at. Even if this isn't the perfect location, this gets us somewhere. This gets us in the direction of understanding how to implement these in other locations.
So let me ask then, if I said to you, I actually think the new public safety building is a microgrid, maybe a more critical infrastructure in Palo Alto than frankly the airport. So why are we not studying that? If that's the question on the table, I'll ask that question.
Yeah. So I think the answer to that is we want to look at those types of facilities. But this is presenting us with a more viable platform to examine some of these issues. And in a lot of ways, it's very similar. The ratio of the generation to the load density is similar to what you'd see on industrial sites like that. In this case, we have a lot of solar and a lot of load. On sites like that, you'd have less solar and less load, but the ratio would be somewhat similar. And so we'll learn things that we need to learn to be able to examine those types of things.
My understanding is, so microgrids do not make sense as a primary source of power without taking into account reliability. Otherwise, we should detach ourselves from PG&E and just build microgrids, right? If they were economic.
What do you mean liability?
Reliability. If it wasn't for the reliability benefit, I don't believe that microgrids, at least the kind that are solar plus storage, are at the point where we'd say, oh yeah, let's just turn the whole city into a bunch of microgrids. We can detach from PG&E and everybody else, and we'll have the cheapest.
And no transmission.
And none of that transmission that's so pesky.
CPAU has studied that multiple times, and that was the answer.
Yeah, of course.
It doesn't pencil out.
So the question is, but microgrids have a tremendous number of proponents, like probably every technology we look here. And the question is, yeah, they're probably not, when you're looking at basic electricity, they're probably not economical, almost certainly not economical. The question is, if you look at next to critical facilities and the additional reliability, and they get us off the grid, does that put them over the top? And I think that's the focus of this study. Tell me if I'm wrong. If we thought microgrids were just this great underutilized way of supplying universal electricity that people happen to have ignored, I mean, that's another question, and we should be putting them everywhere, but that's not the question. The question is, you know, are there areas where the reliability aspect of it is so important that it's useful to have them for the reliability? And yeah, they do provide electricity at other times too, and they potentially have other benefits, and we could charge some Teslas from them, but that's got to be the focus. Am I wrong?
Right. I want to raise, did you want to speak? I want to raise two technical points.
Please.
One is on the months. December, I think, is great. September is actually a shoulder month for solar. So maybe it's the intent to select a shoulder month.
Okay.
But if the intent is to pick a peak, it would be June or July, right? Solar definitely peaks in June, July.
Yeah, that's helpful from a technical comment. You have something you want to share on that, Shiva?
Yes, we picked September because it's not the peak, but
It's
more of the-
average. September is a shoulder.
It's not the peak.
Right.
And we didn't want to pick a peak because that's not representative of a reliable system. So it was something in the middle.
We want the peak or we
Did
don't,
not want the peak.
don't want the peak. Okay, yeah, September is the average month.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right.
The other thing is, in terms of the outage types, one suggestion would be to select a longer duration outage with throttling down of the operation. And that's typically how emergency systems work, right? In the hospital, typically you slough something like 90% of the load, keep the absolute most important loads operating, and operate at a much slower energy use. I don't know if that makes sense in the water quality control plants, but if it does if there is such an operating mode, I would suggest looking at that.
Yep, that thing is wise advice and helpful feedback and part of the intent of this study.
I guess, again, my take on it would be, or maybe a suggestion that may not be feasible, is that what's the base economics of this if there are no outages? So many years go by and there's never an outage, or there's not going to be an outage. And then add to that, and that I presume is not going to be economical. It's relative to connect. And then say, what kind of outages would make it economical? What's the thing that would happen that would turn this from uneconomical to economical? And, maybe 3 or 4 that it would do. And then we can come back and say, well, that's pretty common potentially. That's worth it. Or say, no, that, it's going to take 8 outages of at least 5 hours at both locations. That's probably not worth it. I mean, is that a feasible way to do the study? Or am I just
Yeah, I don't think that's a feasible way to do the study. It's like this insurance. What is the value of insurance?
Which is what this is.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can come up with a cost benefit assessment for insurance.
Yeah, and say if
But there is the benefit of just the capacity, the energy.
Right. There is
exactly.
the standby generation has value.
Sure. But
And
put
that
all
will
that
be part
in.
of the value proposition.
Agree.
But that alone would not support a capital expenditure.
Exactly. So, then what would? What kind of event are we talking about before we'd be saying, God damn it, we're glad we have, excuse my French, we're so glad we have this versus no, we're just paying money every year.
We can think of that, but it's a function of each outage. What is the cost of that outage?
Sure.
And then you multiply whatever the deficit is, and then yeah.
So
Okay,
at the end of the study, I'm actually getting a little confused on this now. So at the end of the study, are you going to be able to tell us if this makes economic sense to do this? And I mean, if all you're doing is like, okay, if the airport goes down, so what? I mean, literally, if it goes down for 3 days, so what? Why would we subsidize and spend a lot of money if it didn't make economic sense to do that?
Yes, we'll be able to tell you the economics.
On the regional water quality control, as you said, you're displacing generators. So what? Why do we care? I mean, to be honest, why do we care? The EV charging, I'm convinced you could probably do this cheaper by using the garages with the solar panels over it so that in an emergency, people can charge. So I guess I'm asking, at the end of the day, are you going to be able to show the community that this doesn't make sense? Or, and I actually thought this made sense before we had this meeting, but, or are you going to be able to say, no, it actually does make sense for the following reasons? Because if you can't do that, then I think the study's a waste of time.
I would agree with that. Yes, we're going to be able to tell you the economics of this and whether it makes sense, and we'll be able to characterize the scenarios that you're going to be able to provide.
Yep.
Jonathan, might I ask, one of the things I'm hearing from the commissioners, and this is dangerous because I don't know the answer to this, but is there a difference in analyzing right now? The current critical load scenarios are basically building on the airport as a base. And the airport has a specific both geographical and physical profile. But the commissioners just talked about, like the public safety building, which is in a much more dense area, very different geographically, very different in terms of the built environment. In terms of our ability to analyze, the cost benefit of a microgrid, are these critical load scenarios looking at airport and the water quality control plant and kind of building on each other in that physical location going to be sufficient to provide us the cost benefit analysis of, say, something at critical infrastructure that's in a much more densely populated? Or should we, I don't even know if the scenario would allow for us to do this, but currently it's building on the airport. I think, and kind of looking at the marginal value of these additional capacity. So I see that. I'm just to set expectations with where the commission's coming from in terms of, is this the most valuable way to look at these resources? Where does that place something like a PSB? Or
Yeah. So I think what's interesting about this setup is that scenario 2, in terms of the ratio of the amount of generation that you can get to the amount of load, you're going to have a similar ratio when you're dealing with something like the PSB, because in this case, you have a lot of generation and a lot of load. And so the ratio is similar to something where the PSB, where you're going to have a lot less generation and you're still going to have a fair amount of load, but nothing like the treatment plant. The ratio, though, of the amount of space that you have relative to the load is going to be similar.
Yeah.
So if I could just opine a little bit, so on a typical type of infrastructure, say, like one of our pump stations that provide water to our reservoirs, right? So we have normal power from the utility, and then we have backup diesel generation, because the square footage area of that pump station, you cannot put enough solar that would make a tangible benefit to make that quote unquote microgrid. I think the look at the airport is unique because of all the area around it, the spaces where you have the planes, the parking lots, you have maybe a potential to have self-generation on it. So when you look at it from that perspective, right, that's why I think that case has come up in the past and why it's being evaluated. When you look at a unique, a building, right, a hospital, a police station, a public safety station, a community center that you need to have backup generation, that's typically going to be a thermal generation, diesel or other. There are potential benefits to have, you know, solar or renewable generation. So you may not have to use the diesel as much during shorter outages or having a battery, right? So I think that's kind of the conversation we're looking at. So each site is unique, right? So you got to look at the right spacing of what you can generate for technology, or, you know, the tried and true methods out there in terms of maybe backup diesel generation.
It might have been fun and helpful to approach this whole thing with, in your estimations, what are maybe the 20 best ideas or places in Palo Alto where you could put a microgrid, and list them all. And we started with airport at the top, but I mean, some of them would be municipal. Some of them would be maybe corporate, Xerox PARC, I don't know, the VMware campus. So that's a corporate partner. And then you would rank them maybe by like, how much power do they use? What's their peak load? There are no numbers here as to like how many, you know, what's their total energy need. And then of course, how does it fluctuate day and night? So I don't know anything about providing power to a treatment plant, but I'm guessing that maybe the basic value of stored solar might be more if, you know, that power plant may be using, is it cranking at midnight? If so, then you have 6-hour, you know, short-term battery duration that's valuable, because, you know, the sun from the day is useful for the power plant at night. Other applications, Greg mentioned an obvious one, charging your car, very different. So, you know, you could imagine, say, the 20 best places to put a grid, which ones are municipal, where we're feeding ourselves because it's city to city, which ones are to a corporate partner, which ones have a high, you know, which ones are big, which are small, which have lots of other values, like we've talked about, medical, hospital, or, you know, various, you know, emergency attributes where reliability matters more than, you know, the other place. So you'd score them a bunch, and that would perhaps be a way to zero in on it. But when we started this conversation, airport was presented as the candidate, and it had a lot of advantages, like, you know, lots of space, and they wanted to do it anyway, and so forth. That's, I think whether we go ahead with airport and one of these scenarios or not, I still think it'd be great to be thinking of what are the 20, 30 best places we do, and let's score them.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about is a second phase sort of analysis after you start to get some sort of a feel for the economics of a microgrid like this. This was a, you know, low cost, convenient opportunity to get some of that knowledge that could then be applied to a ranking analysis like you're talking about.
But you come away with the win if you do a study at a place that values being able to time shift by 4, 6, 8 hours, and also get some reliability emergency value as well. You come away without the win if we simply say, hey, we put it in the airport. They didn't have any need for time shifting because at night they go home. But they were sure happy to know that in the case of an outage, this would have covered them. That's just, I'll just offer that and
Sure.
do with that as you want.
Can I just interject for a second? I don't have any genuine context on which sites are better than other sites. My understanding is that the wastewater treatment plant is the single largest load sink, maybe outside of one specific industrial customer, but it's certainly the single largest load sink for a municipally operated site. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I mean, furthermore, it has simple proximity to a bunch of wide open space with the potential to do both behind the meter and in front of the meter work. So it does seem like it's a generic case study where we're not looking at a bunch of space-specific constraints, but we're trying to understand the benefit to the grid, which I think was the point of this entire exercise, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, I think we can try to micromanage staff here, or I think we can say, like, in this very grid-focused thing, are we getting a set of studies that help us broadly ascertain benefits to the Palo Alto grid long-term, both in terms of reliability and resilience benefits, as well as sort of does this pay for itself on a daily basis? I don't know about the charging hub. I mean, I don't know anything about that, but at least the second one seems incredibly logical to me. And in order to do the second one, I think you kind of have to do the first one.
Is it a safe assumption that a water plant uses power at night also?
Absolutely. You are
Right.
using a ton of power in your aeration basins 24 hours a day.
Great.
And that power is only going to go up exponentially as you start to think about implementing nitrogen control technologies at your plant.
And then
All
is
the
it-
upgrades
isn't
that are
it a
currently
safe
being built
assumption? Oh,
are
I'm
going to
sorry.
be incredibly expensive to operate.
Good. Well, then doesn't that make it an even better candidate? Because the value of day and night load shifting kicks in where it might not in many other commercial or other places you'd put it.
Yes.
So let's do it.
I have a question about, so in the case of the water control plant, would we be sizing, are you looking kind of what size of solar panel installation you need to support the base load all the time? And then what kind of battery size you need to support 6 hours?
It's too much electricity.
Even if it just is 5% of it.
Honestly, from a layperson's perspective, as I was looking at this with Jonathan, in general, let's just be honest, it takes up too much power. What we're really looking at is in an emergency situation, how long could we sustain ourselves, or how much usage of the gas or diesel power generation could we defray? So how long could we put it off? Or at what point could we? So it's about how green could we support?
And this is a distinct OES concern, lack of availability of diesel. So these types of questions are important. It's not just about, whether you completely displace a diesel generator. It's also about, can you stretch what diesel you have available out further through the use of solar and storage? But it does have to provide those
My
other economic
enthusiasm for
benefits.
the wastewater plant is on the assumption not that we can power the whole thing, but that it's valuable to be able to power 5 or 10 or 20% of it, with largely through the time shifting. Bob or Commissioner Phillips, that comes back to your point that, in many deployments, the value of just operating power day to day when there's no problem may not pencil out. But this gives us a chance to put it in a place where it does bring some dollar value every single night. And in addition, the backup.
Yeah, I agree. But on the other hand, it is reliability driven. The batteries themselves could provide exactly, it doesn't have to be a microgrid in order to load shift. You could just do that with batteries and buy the power during the day
Yeah, that's true.
and tied to the grid. So it will be dominated, I believe, by the reliability benefits provided. And, displacing diesel in the case of the water treatment control plant and just having electricity available for the airport. And that's the value it'll provide relative to other options.
So I agree with Commissioner Phillips. I want to say one thing, though. I don't think we should confuse the fact that there might be a shortage of diesel, which is a legitimate concern, right? I mean, I think when we talk about this being green, I think it is such a minor issue. It is so rare that we have outages to start with. The amount of time, the greenhouse gas emissions from running a diesel generator to run this, all right? So I think we shouldn't say it's green. I think that confuses people and makes them think they're getting a benefit where they're really not. This is not a green initiative. This is a resiliency initiative. And I think it just confuses people and will make them add, oh, we're going green, we're doing something, and that'll make them want to do it, even though the green value is really not there.
It's green if you're not firing up peaker plants.
I don't think it is. I think you could literally spend that money in a much more effective way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions than to try and worry about, those small emissions on the few days we have outages. That's the issue. We don't have a lot of outages. We don't, if we have an earthquake, like you're saying, we have a week, it lasts 6 hours so we're displacing diesel at the regional one for 6 hours.
No, but I'm sorry, but if you build a massive microgrid at the Palo Alto Airport and you use that to take on 50%, I don't know, of the water treatment plant nighttime energy, you have saved a lot of money, used a lot less kilowatt hours, and avoided likely along the way, night by night.
I don't believe any of that is true.
Can I suggest if we're trying to nail this down, if you build solar and storage that has greenhouse gas benefits, and if you use it in an outage, the diesel generation is not generating a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. The primary value there is the resiliency and dealing with diesel availability issues. So it's both. It's resilient and it's green. It's just the green is coming from just building solar and storage.
Look, assuming you're not subsidizing it, assuming you're not subsidizing it for that period, there are more efficient ways to go green.
I didn't say it's the best green, it just is green.
Yeah, but it's more efficient to do it somewhere else and you get more bang for your buck. And I just think that we muddle the conversation when we talk about this being green.
I think that's fair as well, that utility scale.
I'd much
solar
rather
and
you say, let's
storage.
come with us and say, let's do battery and storage and let's add that to our in Palo Alto. That's a different analysis. And I think you're just muddling it.
Well, when we do these analyses, we compare to our avoided cost. And so the additional cost of in-house, of in-city factor, it shows up in that analysis. But I think what I'm hearing overall from the commission is that these are reasonable scenarios to look at. Yes. And I think that's the feedback that we were looking for.
That's not what you heard from me. I said, what I'd like to see is what is a scenario that makes it economical, which may not be one of these scenarios, maybe something more extreme or less extreme, if that's a possible part of the analysis.
Okay.
So this may cover
clarification.
That may cover the waterfront, but what I'd like to see is, okay, if it's not 6 hours, it's 10 hours, or it would take 2 days. And then that could come back and say, okay, how likely is that sort of scenario? So.
Yeah, and that's helpful because that's what outage type 3 is.
And that's exactly, I think, what you're mentioning, the insurance policy, what are we insuring against? What would it take for us to say to ourselves, hey, we're happy we bought this insurance policy because that bad thing happened that we're insured against?
I'm happy with the scope as a narrow first step at probing the question that Commissioner Phillips raises. And I agree, I don't know if it's the most direct way at getting at that question. It's probably not the most efficient way, but it sounds like staff views an opportunity here to get some data affordably. And that seems good. I was wondering, I'm not familiar with the geography around the airport, how this might affect planes taking off or landing, but did we evaluate windmill energy in this?
No.
Is that something we could consider?
Wind in Palo Alto is weirdly very low. It's like there's a wind dead spot right around Palo Alto. So when we've looked at wind in the past, it's just not been, unless you're getting up into the foothills, it's just not that strong.
Can I ask a very quick question, which is just, Jonathan, we've heard in the past about the paucity of, or I should say absence of any city participation in time of use rate structures, if I remember correctly. And so as you evaluate these benefits on a daily basis, obviously looking at these under several different rate structures would be beneficial.
We will take into account the market value of different, the generation at different times of day, because this is utility scale. So we don't have to worry about the different rate scenarios.
Okay, so you'll be just using the cost to the utility itself of acquiring that.
Exactly.
Even if you're going to set up a PPA with your Regional Water Quality Control Board.
Exactly.
I'm not sure that makes perfect sense, but maybe for that scenario, you'll look at also the prevailing E whatever rate that has a time of use component.
Yeah, this goes to the question of whether it's behind the meter system or an in front of the meter. And I think we were looking at it as an in front of the meter system. If it's for a multi-parcel installation like this, it's very hard to look at it as a behind the meter installation. And so the benefit of it being an in front of the meter installation is that you don't have to go through a translation of utility costs into a time of use rate structure. You're just getting those utility benefits directly. So it's a little bit more efficient and captures more of those costs a little bit better than if you were to use try and translate that through a rate structure.
Okay. Thanks.
Chair, can I just make one comment?
Sure. Yeah, you're always entitled to make a comment.
Well, I try not to because I'm not on the commission. I'm just trying to be helpful to the commission. But I just want to summarize the question there from Commissioner Tucker is are there policies on this? And in most cases, there aren't any policies on this. That's why you're working for 4 hours tonight. That's why staff is working so much on it. That's why the Climate Action Committee is working on doing that, because we have to come up with policies on all these things and programs and financing for all that, for all that we have to be done. So the work is invaluable for what needs to be done, but there's not a lot. I think it's fair to say there's not a lot of climate policies in place right now. So that's another way of saying thanks for your 4 hours tonight.
Thank you.
Well, what's an example of policy in this context when we're talking about microgrids?
Well, I mean, the staff, I'm making a distinction here between things that council has voted on versus how staff is operating. So they have, as Greg said, a neutral policy of, sure, we're happy to implement those. But it's different than if they brought that to council and said, here's the plan and the program, we want incentive programs, and we want this many built by this amount of time, and we want you to sign off on that and finance it. That's kind of the difference.
Those would be policies. It would be a policy if, for example, the utility said, we want to actively promote microgrids. We want to even subsidize microgrids. That's we have a goal to have X number or whatever of megawatt capacity through microgrids. Those are policies.
Right. And then
Yeah.
first, you would have to sort through the trade-offs between doing that versus something else, as would we for a given number of dollars.
Are we on a path towards questions like that? Are we asking, I mean, that's what this is all about, right? Is to answer whether we want to do that, whether we want policies?
Some of that's going to be followed through the flow through the SCAP committee to council as well.
I think the answer is that things that we learn through this study will help. I mean, including this basic question of economics will help guide the question of whether we want more of these, less of these, or whether we are completely indifferent.
You know, I think after you complete the studies, frankly, it would be great to come to the UAC with a meeting devoted to microgrids, what we've learned, but also the bigger questions of, do they make any sense at all? You know, what are the points that are helpful? What have we learned? And allow everyone to dive into microgrids. I think that would be great. But I do think you need to do this study first. All right, it's getting really late. Anyone else have anything they have to say on this topic before we move to the last
I'll
topic?
simply say, my view, we heard several people who said exactly what they think. I advocate doing any of those three. I think the number 2 one with the water treatment plant is the best. And I think we should start as soon as possible and get results as fast as possible. Do you have any sense of how long will it take to complete such a study?
We're looking to complete it by end of summer.
End of summer.
Great. Okay, can we move on to the next one?
Just one more slide.
Oh, only one slide. Kudos to staff.
Okay. Can we get the,
well, that's on the commission.
can we get the distribution cost? Okay, so this is just to update you on the status of the distribution cost analysis. And so this analysis addresses a lot of the comments that you were making last month. It's intended to look at what the distribution benefit might be from deploying flexible technologies and encouraging efficient electrification through things like smart panels and circuit pausers, circuit chairs, low wattage equipment. We want to see two things, whether there are areas where you could avoid some level of distribution system investment by investing in these pieces of equipment, and also in places that are going to take longer or be more difficult to upgrade, can you make better use of the capacity that's available to do more electrification if you're able to deploy some of these technologies and strategies? Undergrounded areas are a good example. We made a real effort. We were going to work on this project with Slack. We were in contract negotiations through last summer. 2 large agencies, we had difficulty reaching agreement. And so we've switched over to E3, who also has the capability to do this analysis. It's worth noting that none of the grid modernization investments we're making right now are barriers to deploying these flexible technologies. And also, it's just worth noting we've already been doing a lot of work on reducing barriers to people installing these technologies. So for example, Planning and Development Services has integrated circuit sharing into their load calculation sheets for new development. Utilities engineering takes into account managed EV charging in multifamily buildings when evaluating transformer loading. We promote solar and storage through our SunShares program. We're launching an electrification expert program to help people figure out how to electrify efficiently. And we encourage low power EV charging on our website and through our Qmerit service that helps people find contractors to install EV charging for them. So we believe that these technologies provide a benefit, and we're encouraging them. This analysis is really just intended to, just like the rest of these analyses, it's just intended to see whether we should be providing incentives or other more staff intensive forms of promotion and get more people to adopt the technologies. we don't have a detailed timeline nailed down on this one, but we want to get this one done by the end of the summer as well. And we believe this study is the one that will address a lot of the questions that came up at the last meeting about how these technologies could affect grid modernization. So that's a status update. We don't have any feedback we're requesting from you specifically, but happy to answer any questions.
Could you give an example of how these technologies impact or even get in the way of grid mod?
What do you have in mind when you're talking about getting in the way?
I thought I heard you say that we're discovering that some of these technologies, something with grid mod.
Well, I think what we're saying is that these technologies, if they're voluntarily deployed and they're used right, like, charging your storage in the day and running it, and discharging it at night, that it's beneficial to the system. The question is just how beneficial. Is it beneficial enough that we want to be doing incentives and helping people install this stuff? Certainly if people want to do it and they voluntarily put it in, it's going to help the grid. And so we've been reducing barriers to make sure people can put it in. And we've been letting people know about, these technologies and how to
I
put them
thought
in.
maybe you said some of these technologies are in the way of
No,
grid mod.
what I
It's the
would
other way
say is
around.
that, the grid, and also the grid modernization upgrades we're doing
Enable these.
do not get in the way. And in fact, enable
Okay,
some of
thank
these
you. That's what I thought.
technologies. Yes. Thank you.
Anyone else?
One thing I would like to see as soon as possible would be a detailed scope and how, what's included here, especially before you pull the trigger on, really spinning it up. And also exactly how it ties into grid mod, because as you said, this obviously is a big impact on that. And there's just a separate discussion on the grid mod strategic plan.
Thank you.
A public commenter had forwarded over this staff proposal from the CPUC that I thought was helpful on this question in case staff hasn't already read it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further questions, I think we're done with this item. And then I think the next question is future topics for upcoming meetings and review of the 12-month rolling calendar. Oh, you got a question?
Yeah, well, I'd like to, on the topic you just raised on the
Okay,
calendar.
got it.
Yeah, I'd like to address two topics on there. First of all, grid modernization was one of the ones we talked about last month. Commissioner Phillips and I have a meeting scheduled with CPAU staff on the 12th to talk about that. Also, we'll be talking about commercial strategy at that meeting so that we can come back. One thing to think about is whether we want to have like an ad hoc committee of UAC addressing grid mod, which would have to be agendized to establish that.
I think we can think about that because I think grid mod's so important. I think everybody here is really focused on it. And I think it would be unfair to the rest of the group, frankly, in some way, but we can think about it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm raising it now because to have such a subcommittee, we'd have to agendize it for the next meeting. Okay. The other topic was emergency preparedness. Commissioner Gupta had requested, as we talked about also last time, discussion with CPAU staff. So far, we haven't been able to set that up. Unfortunately, Director Knowles had suggested discussing it at a UAC meeting. We would prefer to have the informal discussion with staff as we talked about at the last session.
I apologize. I'm not actually following what the question on the table is.
I'm updating on the status of the discussion we had in the last meeting on calendaring a discussion on emergency preparedness. The action that the chair suggested at that meeting was that we have an informal discussion with CPAU staff, and we've requested that, but so far not been able to schedule it.
Could you schedule that with them?
Yeah, I was gonna to mention that we could certainly get that on calendar with both of you since you're here and our schedule is here as well.
Thank you.
All right.
I had some questions on the 12-month calendar. First, I just wanted to confirm that the UAC will see One Water during the March 2025 meeting before it's addressed by council in the April 2025 meeting.
I don't have that schedule right in front of me, but we will get back to you if that date does not work.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, on that topic, are we awaiting a letter from UAC on One Water?
Right. I don't know if the chair would like to fill in on the agenda setting, but I believe it will be discussed further with staff before we bring it forward to the UAC as a group. And the council is no longer addressing that issue in March, but in April. So I just wanted to confirm that we'd see One Water on the UAC agenda in March, or at least before the.
So I think what
City
you're
Council.
asking, just to clarify, is that we had a subcommittee, which you were a part of, correct? Which drafted a draft letter. The draft letter staff is reviewing, and we will agendize that. And we're looking to agendize that before council.
We will agendize it before council.
Before council. And that, so the answer is yes, we are confirming that we are doing that.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. And then my other question is on fiber. So I was wondering what is included. So I see fiber included as fiber rates, packages, and FTTP update for the UAC in April 2025. And then I see also in April 2025 for the city council fiber rates packages, FCM. I'm not sure if are we seeing a broader presentation on fiber? What will it include, and will the city council be seeing something narrower? And will that be after we advise on it?
Sure, thank you for that question. We are looking at the fiber in general in terms of timing, and it actually, in all honesty, we may end up trying to bring that to the UAC in March. Please don't guarantee that. We're looking at bandwidth in terms of staff as well as the UAC's agenda. And ultimately the plan though is that we would bring fiber, the rates, the packages, and obviously naturally will come with that. You know, the UAC will have an opportunity to ask questions about the status of the project and whatnot. We bring that forward to the UAC. After the UAC, then we will move that to the finance committee. And then after the finance committee, it would move to the full council, all with the goal of it being done in this fiscal year. But again, that's the tentative schedule, which that in and of itself is about a 3-month process.
No, thank you. And just to be clear, is that for our new fiber to the home utility that we're piloting?
That's correct.
And just a comment on schedule. I understand that we're still targeting the June 2025 as rolling out the pilot. Is that still true? Or, I mean, I understand it probably has to wait for us to weigh in on these issues before it actually rolls out.
That's correct. And so, I mean, ultimately, I would say that would be the soonest that rates could be adopted would be by the council in June of 2025, which then likely typically means you wouldn't actually institute the program until the following month, just given engagement efforts. So I would say that's the fastest. I think as part of the discussion with the UAC, we will be able to have a broader and more firm response in terms of the actual timing we're thinking.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then on grid mod, I see that we have in July an item called grid modernization bond financing. I know many commissioners had expressed support for a more technical and detailed presentation about grid mod. So it might be helpful to have that before calendared sometime before the July 2025 presentation, or at least before we talk about the bond financing. And then my other question was, looking at the city council column, I see there are certain items that I don't remember reviewing. For example, the InfoSend contract, the 3GIS contract amendment. I think this goes back to the conversation started by Commissioner Tucker on what does the A in Utilities Advisory Commission stand for? And I'm curious, how do we determine what comes before the Advisory Commission for advice before it reaches City Council?
Sure. I think, so overall, the UAC is obviously opining on the policy actions associated with the utilities, all of them, all, across the board, water, gas, electric, et cetera. So that's the generalized purpose in advising council on those policy actions. And so I think at a macro level, that's obviously what's guiding us. As you then tease down into the different layers, the council priorities are guiding resources and staff allocation, which then guides the UAC's work plan. And that work plan is guiding what staff brings forward to the UAC for review on an annual basis. Things like contracts, to your point, at times can be a gray area. Typically, we would be bringing new items, policy items to the UAC from a contractual perspective. Many of these contracts are part of the day-to-day operations and therefore, have gone through an RFP process and are continuing on something that's already been kind of developed. So that's why if you see a contract going straight to council as opposed to moving through this multi-step process, it's likely because it's more on that operations side of things.
And it's typically on the consent calendar.
That's correct. Correct.
Thank you. And then I was wondering about the work plan scheduling. I remember just coming in as a new commissioner, I can't believe already last summer, time flies. But feeling as if the work plan had already been set, talking about all these ideas with city council during the interview process and the work plan had already been set and now waiting until we go through this next work plan process. I was wondering if there is any way to align work plan setting with the admission of new commissioners. And timing it that way.
Let me just appreciate the feedback and look at that. I think timing doesn't always align. And I think we also moved to not even just a single point in time recruitment, but rather 2 recruitments a year. And I don't remember how that calendar-wise works out. I will say the timing of the work plans is in alignment with the timing of the council priority setting on an annual basis so that we can make sure that across top to bottom, kind of side to side, we're allocating resources accordingly. But I hear that feedback. I can appreciate that. And let me take that into consideration as we move through this next work plan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll bring up the issue from last month about the water SFPUC Bosca. I spoke about this. We spoke about it last month. I took the action to draft a letter. The letter is one that I drafted to SFPUC, but and subsequently talking to staff leadership, may make sense to send it first to Bosca, the new head of Bosca. The letter, if you recall from a month ago, talks about some of the supply and demand projections of water that come to us from SFPUC. It has to do with the way Bosca does due diligence on SFPUC CapEx plans and capital projects and change orders. We heard about that last month. It poses just a few questions, not a long list, but a few questions for SFPUC to answer. They're tough questions, but still. And it also suggests that SFPUC come and speak to Palo Alto. By Palo Alto, I mean the utility. I mean, there might be, it might be community. It might be a larger event. We've heard it referred to as workshop, where SFPUC would come and answer questions from us, UAC, from council, and from the community. Peter Dreckmeyer would be one of the community speakers. We've heard from him a bunch. So I drafted the letter. I've shared it with you, Greg, and Megan. I got, I think, good advice to direct the letter not initially to SFPUC, but to BOSCA. They're our channel, our partner to SFPUC. And so how do we advance that? It's not a letter that UAC would sign. It's a letter that council would sign. So we would recommend this letter to council. Presumably it would be Greer Stone. He's on the board at BOSCA and attends meetings. Greg, maybe it's a question for you.
Well, I mean, I think the question is do we want to agendize that? That's really the question.
Or just send it, you mean?
No, we
Or
don't.
just bury it?
No, I think the
What's
question,
alternative to agendizing it?
well, the alternative to agendize is, you're correct, it would not go forward. So I think that's the question is, do we want to agendize that and do that? But I think without having, so we haven't typically had the situation where where frankly, one member of the UAC without, as part of a discussion in public of whether or not we want to do that, has come up with a letter that really is a letter that, you know, Greer Stone would basically need to send that letter if it's to BOSCA. And if he wasn't on board, unless council directed him to do it, it wouldn't happen no matter what the UAC says. So the question is do we want to agendize drafting, not your letter necessarily, but we can clearly have your input, you know, a letter from us on bringing, you know, on basically the letter suggests that the SFPUC comes to council.
Answer a few questions and then comes to speak.
Comes to council or comes to a community workshop? What I heard you say was a community workshop, right?
Let's say workshop, yeah. But if that's not what council wants, then they would have them come to council.
Right. So what you're really
The workshop would probably happen right here perhaps. And it would be.
So we don't typically, I mean, the other thing we could do is we could draft a letter that says, we feel about the following on these, but this is really what you're asking for is SFPUC to come and speak in a community event, right? That's what you're asking for, as opposed to the SFPUC coming to speak to us again, which is a different issue, which they've already done.
Exactly. And we talked about this last month. I mean, and so that's why I drafted the letter.
So I'm just going to do a quick straw poll. That's the easiest thing to do. Who here, and raise your hand if you would like to agendize a discussion regarding the letter that Commissioner Tucher has written regarding these facts. Okay.
Are we able to have any more detail on the letter before we decide to spend a lot of time on it?
You know what? Is there any reason we can't wait till our next meeting? And in the meantime, staff could send a copy of the letter to everyone. I can't send it to you because it's a Brown Act violation. Staff can send it to you, I believe, but they'd have to check. I have to think about it.
To the pre-package.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could include it publicly in the next package if you want, but do that. But from Commissioner Tucker, we could talk about, and then you could have an agenda item about whether or not we want to agendize that. But
We have, I mean, I guess we had 4 raised hands.
did we?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Okay, so what we do is, why don't you agendize it?
So I think then if that is ultimately the consensus of the commission, we are going to be building your UAC work plan for 2025, and that will either come on your March or April agenda. And so I think perhaps we can, as staff with this straw guidance, include a discussion on advocacy in terms of, BOTSCA as well as SFPUC with these kind of main points that Commissioner Tucker has identified as part of that work plan.
And if staff could, if we're going to agendize this, if staff could look at the letter and also provide, basically, I know it's a little work, but a staff report a little bit about what other things the letter might look like, what might be included, what other options we might have to achieve those goals, what the, I'm just saying
Right.
stuff.
So as part of, it wouldn't be as part of the work plan, but it would be as part of when that item came to the UAC to be considered, it would be part of that discussion, I think, just from a clarity perspective.
No, I think that's fine.
And this also would mean that we are getting council's buy-in as part of the work plan, that this is how they want the UAC and staff to be spending their time. So this is a way to kind of trial balloon that this is a topic that the UAC would like to take on this year, and meaning 2025, and that we will be spending both the UAC's time as well as staff's time to support kind of navigating this. And that way, I'll be honest, your agendas in March and April are pretty rough. So this likely wouldn't be considered until June. And so what we can do is put this as part of the draft work plan for the UAC's consideration.
Commissioner Tucker, is that?
Yeah, I have to just note that it's remarkable how unwieldy the whole process is that we live under or have created for ourselves and continue to do so month after month. We decided it was worth enough time to get SFPUC and BOSCA to come down here and speak. There were lots of follow-ups that just cried out for follow-up. And there were very compelling arguments that there were holes in the logic, holes in their arguments, their presentations, and in simply an effort to get quick follow-up before we all forget as months and months go by what it even was, a simple letter that says, here are 3 or 4 questions we'd like you to ask, to answer. And then I took the extra step of saying, we also would invite you and urge you to come and speak with us in a public forum. That it takes so long just to decide whether we even want to propose a letter that the council might then consider. Maybe we'll get it out by, I don't know, April next year. So I would love to find ways to use our time better. Otherwise, when you invite a business partner, I mean, we're their customer, the SFPUC, to come down and present to us, and they can tell us whatever they want. They can come up with what I've heard from this dais, not me, are scare tactic scenarios that lead us to be contemplating multi-million-dollar investment projects like on water recycling, totally in contradiction with a Bay Delta plan that City of Palo Alto has backed. Then they can come down and blow smoke, and we're going to sit here and go through processes of deliberation, waiting months to even call them or to challenge that smoke. Enough said.
I for one would value hearing from Commissioner Tucker and particularly Commissioner Mauter on what they see the issues as and what they think we should be doing about it.
I think just to take this one example, from the process point of view, I think it would have been smoother, better, faster if somehow I could have taken this letter that I shared with you and Vice Chair, and of course with staff leadership. If I could have somehow just put this on the agenda, if there was some way with agenda to take a quick follow-up item that we talked about last month and asked, what am I trying to say? If I could have somehow just put it on the agenda in some slot, things left over from last month, for example, then everybody could have seen the letter, deliberated on the letter. You could have held a stopwatch for 60 seconds, I don't know, and come to a decision. But now we're going to wait for months. Over and over and over again, I've noticed in just a few meetings, we have items that get unresolved, and then loop doesn't close and 6 months go by. So
I agree kind of with that general feedback. And there was public comment in here as well about how maybe we should be pushing more things as action items rather than just discussion items, because I agree it becomes amorphous. Maybe that's what the A means. And then we don't have the follow-up. It disappears for months. It's hard to keep track of these issues. From a parliamentary point of view, I'm not sure kind of what rule set the commission follows. I know we're a much more relaxed format than something like Robert's rules. Maybe adding some elements of that rule set, not the entire book. It's a big book. Might be helpful to us procedurally as we think about how do we agendize items, commissioners moving to agendize items, which I technically think is probably possible in this forum too, to move and have a second and vote on whether something should appear on our next agenda. But I do agree with the feedback that I've been reading from public comment and that I've been hearing from fellow commissioners and for myself too, my own opinion, that I do think we have a lot of discussion. It's not clear where it goes. I'm not sure if it becomes advice to the city council, and maybe more things should be action items where we're actually writing something down. And I really like the process we're using for One Water. And I think some of your concerns are going to be addressed with that letter. Commissioner Maurer has really great strategic advice in the current draft of that letter. So I think that we are doing some of that, I think, as follow-up from the One Water presentation, which I think is really powerful, really great. But I agree in many of these items that I think we could be more action oriented.
But why was there not a 5-minute slot tonight to hear what the three of you did on that One Water letter? I'd be curious. We spent a bunch of time last month talking about it, and I don't know where it went.
I think we discussed that. I think it's getting late, and
I don't want to discuss it now, it's procedurally.
So Commissioner Motter has her hand up, so.
Yes, Commissioner Maurer.
Just very briefly, I think one of the things that is hard is that none of us are experts in the Brown Act and in like how to run these meetings. So I think we actually desperately need help from staff and advice from staff on how to agendize these items. I would also say, personally, I agree that we need stronger follow-up and continuity. I think that is on staff largely to respond to in the staff report following the next meeting. We've asked for that very clearly, and I think that's going to help maintain a thread. Kaylee did that in this particular meeting, and I look forward to having those specific action items that we want staff to follow up on. We can then ask questions during staff report to get these things covered. I think in the case of this particular letter, we're waiting for staff to get back to us with those comments, and we'll address those when those comments come back. Anyone's free to correct me if I'm incorrect on any of those points, but I think the key takeaways procedurally are that we have the staff report as a way to respond and maintain continuity going forward, and we should make good use of that. How to agendize new things, we need guidance on.
Did you say staff report or director's report? Did you mean? There's a director's report. What is is there a staff report on the agenda?
It's the director's.
Directors,
Okay.
I apologize, I misspoke. I meant director's report.
Okay, got it. Now I know what you mean.
I think it's easy to agendize items. I think what's difficult about your letter is we're not agendizing an item, you're agendizing something where you're asking the council to really ask Greer Stone to do something when he's the boss guy. There's a lot of connections, as opposed to, you're not agendizing like, let's come back and talk more about putting together a list of items of something we basically advise council that we think, for instance, that the design drought is wrong. I mean, that, you could say, we could say that and we could have a discussion about it.
Yes,
That's a, wait.
I have
that's a-
to
wait,
stop you because you
let-
said something, I mean, it's, I did not, first of all, this thing about Greer Stone, what we said last month was write a letter to the council and let them, they'll figure out if, even if they want to send it, and then who should send it. And there was debate about whether it should be the mayor, the new mayor, the council member who's on Bosca. I'm not tied down to that. And the letter would come from Palo Alto, the council, not from a member of Bosca. And so all I was trying to do was say, I was trying to get us as a commission to say, we want follow-up from what we heard from SFPUC last month. And the right way to request it is not to have them come back and talk to UAC again, but to have City of Palo Alto say, we'd like some answers. And so the letter was drafted for City of Palo Alto, for council then to say yes or no, and if so, from whom? And we would have moved forward, but now we're not moving forward for a while.
Well, I think the issue about not moving forward for a while is a separate issue.
If the commission doesn't agree it's a good idea, then
No,
then
but
we
that's a
bury it.
separate issue. I mean, the separate issue is what our agendas are and of when we can actually get to it. And that's a separate issue. But the issue about, look, we're going to agendize this item. That was the will of the commission. I think what we need to do is we need to have enough leeway to discuss what is the most effective way to do this. And there's a bunch of questions that we're saying council should ask of the SFPUC. That's what we're really saying. And we would like them to answer those to the City of Palo Alto, right? And we would recommend, therefore, if we went that route, that council write a letter or do something. We don't even have to tell council what to do. We just should say something like, council should get from the SFPUC answers to these questions.
Okay.
That, I think, is what, and I think that's where I've been getting hung up in what you're trying to achieve. I'm not trying to block what you want to achieve. I want to make sure, though, that the commission discusses the right thing and that we don't, I'm not saying this correctly, and I wish Ed was here, because this is the kind of thing that Ed could be very helpful on, is what is the correct approach for the UAC to get this information to council? And I think the simplest thing, as I think about it, is for us to actually say, the UAC believes that we should have the following questions answered. Council, could you please, get that information from the SFPUC?
Yeah, I don't want to spend any more, oh, sorry, go ahead, Rachel.
Would a faster way to address this be to have Commissioner Tucker go to a city council meeting and talk about the presentation we heard and the follow-up questions that you recommend from a individual standpoint, since we haven't discussed it as a group, but at least it would shortcut this whole, is that another way that
That's
this
an
could happen?
absolute way you could do that. You'd have to say you're speaking on your own behalf.
Right.
I actually was going to suggest that to you as something to do in the interim. If you want to do that, that's totally fine.
Good.
Also happy to say that, the UAC will be agendizing something along those lines to have further discussion. I'm happy to have you say that too.
That might be the right approach, but to abstract this just a little bit, maybe there's a way in the way we set up agendas month to month, when there are open issues. I don't know, I hope that this particular letter is not a total edge case. It seems like maybe there's a way when we want follow-up, quick follow-up, that we have little 5-minute or 3-minute chunks of the next month's agenda where, maybe I could have put this on the mini agenda, which means I would have submitted for the package this letter that I drafted with a 1-page argument. We would have had 3 minutes to discuss it. If we could come to a quick decision, yes, no, otherwise time's up and you move on.
That we can't do anything in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we can do anything in 30 minutes as a commission.
Yeah.
I actually was thinking today whether or not we should, and look, I'm open to having a discussion about how we run the commission. I just heard you raise that. I mean, one of the things they do at council is you are literally only allowed to speak once without the agreement of the chair.
Interesting.
I've been running this very laxly because it's worked in the past, frankly. I'm not sure it's working that well right now. I find everyone wants to speak 3 or 4 times. I am open to saying, but on the other hand, I do think we often have really good discussions. So it's a balancing act. If any of you want to give me private feedback that you would like me to tighten it up, that you get to speak twice or you get to speak once, I would take that into consideration. If you guys wanted to have if you guys want to, give any sort of feedback of how you would like this run more efficiently or differently, talk to me about it. Say, I think the meetings are going too long, or we're not having enough discussion, or we need more time, or, hey, I know, Greg, you always want to finish this meeting by 10, and I do. That's always my goal. And, but no, I'm happy to stay to midnight. I'll tell you no. But the point is that, if we decided we wanted to do this from 5 to whatever, I might say yes. I mean, so, if you have feedback, tell me. All right. I think unless there are commissioner comments and reports that we haven't, that anyone needs to say, I think we're ready for adjournment.
I had a question on the supplemental information. Am I able to ask?
Yes,
that?
go ahead. I'm not trying to shut you down. Believe
Okay.
me.
On the supplemental information, I actually had 2 questions. One is the survey was very brief overview of what might have been a more comprehensive report that we received. And I was a little bit, I like to look at data, and it was written out in text, and I was a little bit concerned by the commercial customers' feedback on our electricity service, not being considered a partner, et cetera, et cetera. We're making a lot of effort with programs in that area. So I was kind of interested in seeing a little bit more detail on that. And we don't need to discuss it now, but I just wanted to point that out, that I don't want to let that just go by without knowing a little bit more about where we're falling down with our commercial customers.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Kraft, could you just repeat that? I missed the only section that helps me track. What topic were you talking about?
I was talking about the survey.
Yes.
And I was talking about some of our weak,
areas for improvement.
Briefly, yeah, it was briefly summarized. And we had a couple areas where we really declined from the previous period, like 30% of customers considered us a good energy partner, for example. So I was interested in seeing more about, just seeing a little bit more from the survey. And then I won't even go to B, but I am interested in how we're addressing those. And I hope we'll hear about that in coming months. And the other thing is, I did have some feedback on the AMI data, UX. I sent it to you, Greg, and was asking what's the best way to share it. But I've been digging into my AMI data in the portals in my CPAU. And I have some very specific UX feedback and some things that I think might be broken about the data downloads that I would like to pass to somebody. So what's the best way to do that? Should I just work directly with staff?
I would just give it directly to staff.
Okay. Yeah. So I will send it to you then, and you can, I'm happy to talk with anyone about
And
it.
I'm also,
That would be awesome. Thank you.
If you ever want to just say what it is at this period, for instance,
Yeah.
I'm happy to have you.
I don't want to have us stay later, but I'll say the gist of it is,
Yes.
I find it hard to grok the data. And there are specific things I could think you could do to make it easier for users to get what they're doing with their usage, and also just make it easier to find the data. And then the downloads were not useful for me. I couldn't download more than what I saw on the screen, whereas it said that you could. So I have it all written out. I will send it to you.
We would appreciate
Thank you.
that. Thank you so much.
All right. Motion for adjournment. Or do you have something? Go for it.
Unfortunately, I did have something. My apologies. On other meetings, I just wanted to thank staff for their time organizing the meeting with folks involved with accessibility, the utilities. I think it's a very important issue. And I appreciate the additional detail you provided, and I'll follow up with to the most recent email. So thank you for that. I did have one out of the report, one primary question, and this is on packet page 67. It reports the stat on our regional water system storage. I just wanted to check, is any of that regional water system storage afflicted by federal storage?
So that the head.
By the water releases, you mean?
Yeah, correct, given recent events.
So New Malone is, that's what I don't know off the top of my head. But the Hetchy Reservoir itself is SFPUC, but there are some blending areas. So let me check on that.
Thank
I don't know off the top of my head, and I'm embarrassed to say I
That's
don't.
actually a really good question for an NCPA thing, right? Because I actually was wondering the same thing as if our hydro was affected by these water releases, because we get our hire through the federal system to some of it. So maybe staff could answer that at some point.
Thank you. Can't move to adjourn.
I have a second.
All right, all in favor, just say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.